And
yeah, I mean,
right.
Mate, evolution isn't even in question here.
We have went through several generations of civilization developing and growing on the others. For example, like, yes, we inherited stuff from the Romans, the French, Germans. We've seen some atrocities. We have learned from those. And we have to put in measures to prevent them, as we have done that from reasoning and experience.
Yeah, and reasoning is south of...
But that bases on a faith that you're going to learn through evolution.
So you're just over-talking me. Sorry, it's real quick, and then you can go. So pretty much reasoning is south of formulating, ideas around patterns and categorizing things with our sense perception. So reasoning comes after that, which is fine. We could still do it. It's just south of sense perception. Go ahead, Sean.
So it's more or less like a free will situation, a free thing. Might be jumping the gun there, but yeah. So it's everything is based on a choice, and everything is it's based on evolution, and there's no center. If that makes any sense. There's no central point. It's just all.
No, there is no central. No,
if that makes any sense.
Yeah, the only central point we have is really like our knowledge of the past.
Subjective.
Like books. Books and science is our central point.
Of course, we know that, but we don't have to incorporate that in. It's just the source of what we do know.
Yeah.
But it's more, my point is that where does that source go? It's like, if you question, the more and more and everything that you question, you resemble down to, you can't answer the question. So it is a belief statement. I'm not a theist, I'm a deist. I think it's a busting up time, for God. If I'm being honest, then all jokes aside.
I would
but it's
Sean, I believe me and you're the same.
Sorry, go on.
Like, I believe me and you're the same as, without no physical proof, we would not believe in a God.
But why does physical proof rely on a God? Why is God all physical and material?
No, God doesn't have to be physical. They just need to they themselves.
But how do you determine that then?
How? Something that is unexplainable, but something that is no matter how many generations.
Exactly. Now, is that a possibility?
Let me finish, please. There's something that no matter how many generations do, as much advanced research as they can, is unexplainable by science. That would be proof of a God's existence.
But what can science discover?
What?
The beginning of the universe.
That is actually they're the Big Bang theory. That can be explained.
And how did the Big Bang theory begin? Like,
well, this is how I believe it.
Energy.
Heat death. Heat death just happened.
Of what?
Heat death of the universe. Basically, all the stars.
What made the universe?
What made the universe? It just always was here.
It's circular. This is that infinite regression argument.
Yeah, it's always here.
You're claiming that all
always there. It started.
Exactly.
It's not necessary.
This naturalistic. Don't get me wrong. I'm a deist. I'm a pantheist. I believe in both. I believe that something made something. I can't explain what, but.
Well, good thing you don't have to, because Nima Arkani Ahmad already did.
Sorry?
I said good thing you don't have to explain it, because Nima Arkani Ahmad already did. It's the amplitude-hedron.
Okay. I haven't read that. I will Google.
Google it.
I only came here to. I didn't came here to like argue. I just came here to discuss.
No, it's not an argument. Honestly, it's not an argument.
Yeah,
Don't think of it that way.
it's just, yeah. I'm not thinking of it as an argument. I'm just saying I just came here to discuss religion in somewhat of a non.
It should be like
all the other
peaceful.
times I've discussed it is if I've been forced into an argument over my beliefs.
Oh, don't lie. You came here to get destroyed. I'm just kidding.
Yep, I got annihilated. But, like, I'm not really.
Theism isn't religion. You know, it's not necessarily religion. So
isn't theism just the belief in an extraterrestrial being who created? Like,
not an extraterrestrial.
It's the belief that a personal deity exists.
Like
yeah.
In a god.
Atheism is basically like not believing in theism, and then theism is what the atheist
You're really
it doesn't mean you believe in ghosts or something like that, but
turn your volume
that's
up.
supernatural.
I don't believe in it, but like I think
Science, your volume's like really low. I don't know if your microphone's
is it
like
better now?
A
yeah,
little
a
bit.
bit.
Yeah.
Okay. It's because I'm really far from my mic because people are complaining a lot. That's pretty loud. So
If you just like move a little bit closer. Sure.
Just move it a little bit closer. Is this better?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, my computer is shaking my table, so you might hear some rumbling.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna sit in the background and like learn and hear.
Yeah, I'm learning about words I have never heard before.
Yeah. So go on.
Well,
so why do you think the universe is necessary?
Why? Well,
it has to be.
Well, no. Right. The universe.
It can't be. It started.
That's assuming
the
your
universe,
own conclusion, Sean.
Without the universe, atoms wouldn't exist.
There is no before universe because time started with the universe. So you can say suns.
I don't know how the universe completely began, but I could tell you if the heat death theory was actually correct, I could give you an explanation on heat death, on how the universe just keeps recreating. But how it began, I have no clue.
That's the point. You can't be necessary if you start to exist, because then you're finite.
But no. But
you're not contingent.
Infinite. Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Finite.
You're contingent.
Exactly.
Finite.
There's a father that you have. There's a mother that you have. All contingency goes out the window. That's why I said a moment ago. Sorry to jump in there. I'll be brief. But it's your everything is necessary. So,
but no, I could die and then I stop existing.
But
that is not being necessary.
Yeah, but
being necessary is existing at all times. But
your existence isn't necessary for evolution or procreation, if that makes any sense. So
no, but that's not what necessary means.
Do you believe in alternate reality?
It's necessary that you exist.
No, but
that's not the meaning of it.
Think the word necessary used here as eternal, and the word contingent or finite as non-eternal.
Actually, think of contingent things as dependent on something to exist. So a necessary being doesn't need anything to exist. It's in its own nature existing. But a contingent being has to come from something else. Like the universe, like humans, like you. You had to be formed by your parents to be here. So you're contingent.
Who here believes in like alternate realities?
Alternate realities? String theory, baby.
Yep. So, multiverse, many worlds theory.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a couple of things said. So number one, about the Big Bang, about the expansion from high density and high temperature. Mm-hmm. Now, the heat death theory, while it is still a theory, we can verify that it's right with some level of accuracy that it could be true. And that's because like the second law of thermo. What was that?
Cosmic radiation.
Well, cosmic radiation is one element of it, but you also have things like the second law of thermodynamics, like entropy, where everything is winding down from the least amount of entropy to maximum entropy. Everything is decaying over time, right? Let me finish. So one of the arguments that theists would sometimes give is that since we know this second law of thermodynamics is true, that everything is winding down over time, right? That implies that the universe is going to achieve heat death, right? That it will cease to exist, right? But if it ceases to exist, then that probably implies that it must have also had a beginning, and that timeless, spaceless, immaterial being was that who instantiated the universe. That's one cosmological argument. Now, what Ethernet was talking about with the amplituhedron, that's a competing model in physics, and what that basically says is like a quantum field rather than a god was that which instantiated the universe. It's more complicated than that because he has like a whole geometric model that explains it. But we can grant a first cause, right? We can say that the universe began and that there is a first cause, right? But other than that, right, we don't know what the nature of the first cause is. That's why we only have theories in physics like the amplituhedron, Sean Carroll's space-time, emergent space-time theory. Like that, we can't grasp like what the first cause actually is, even if we grant the existence of one. So just putting God in there really isn't going to solve anything up to now. Like
it really just adds more questions to the mix.
I agree with that.
And another thing is,
God is harder to explain than the universe. I believe the universe did begin to exist approximately 13.8 billion years ago. That's what the common science opinion is. They got it down to Planck length time where they know what happened up until the very beginning. Before that, they don't know yet. It's a bunch of theories. But even though the universe had a beginning, the energy / matter always existed. And I base that on the first law of thermodynamics, that energy / matter can't be created or destroyed. It's way easier to explain energy / matter than a supreme being with a mind and the consciousness and the power to create the universe.
Yeah.
Right.
There was nothing.
Here's how probably the Big
universe
Bang
creation.
But here's how the Big Bang probably could have happened if the infinite of universe theory is true. Like basically, it just keeps going and going. Basically, once the universe will expand to a rate where the thing that dark matter or whatever that's forcing it to expand is too weak, and gravity will just slowly push in all of the matter that is in the universe into that type of a spot that probably the Planck length that it just explodes out in a burst of new stuff.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but infinite things don't exist in reality.
There's no proof of it.
Other than God, there could be nothing infinite. The universe couldn't be infinite unless.
Liza.
Concepts
you
are
have to
infinite.
know what infinite actually means.
Information is infinite.
Right?
Right. So basically, everything that's abstract is going to be atemporal. It's going to be outside of time, and if it's outside of time, then it's eternal by definition.
Yes.
So, concepts, numbers, these things.
But the universe,
God, but they are infinite.
But God
no beginning nor end.
But remember, God came at time. At a time, God had to have come at some time.
Yeah,
he couldn't have been here eternal. He had to have come at a time.
Why couldn't he if he's all powerful?
God is like outside of time.
He's atemporal, yes.
If he's outside of time. If he's
do
there,
anything.
how does he exist if time is not relevant to him? Because he has to do things at a certain time. Or is
because
it
he is necessary, which means he doesn't need anything to exist. It's in his own nature to exist.
Then what is he? Is he a human-shaped being or a floating orb? Is he the universe, or is he everything that is outside of the universe? We don't know.
Or is he? Or is he? Well, from what I've understood,
doesn't have a specific form.
Is he right?
He can in Christianity. He is a Trinity.
In Christianity, he is the Trinity is basically the power of creation. Well, that's what I always think.
So what is just the power of creation? Explain to me.
What's outside of the universe?
He's basically He's basically an immaterial mind that doesn't change over time.
Exactly.
And so what was before the universe?
Elisa would say God. God was the only existence.
I would say
sort of, because there was no time, so it's sons.
I would say it will never be proven, and no one will be able to prove what was before it.
Then how can we believe that your theory is true if we can't prove it?
The only way, the only theory that I could have is we are the first universe out of many.
We're the first universe out of many.
How it was created, I still have no fucking clue.
Yes.
So
everything
that gives me a headache.
So the time you get stung by a bee, for example, if you have it's a universe of just an example.
Nothing.
Just an example.
No, okay? Nothing is repeated.
It's repeated, but
the only thing is
there's infinite amount of alternate universes.
Oh yes.
Then some universes might repeat each other because that's how time works. Because if it doesn't, then time won't exist.
But the thing is, there's infinite possibilities for every. There's a 1 in 2 chance I pick up my watch beside me. In this one, I picked it up. There would be a split off there on the one I don't pick it up. And then there'd be one where I go pick up my glasses. Then that would create another split off of one where I do and one where I don't. And I would continue for every item I choose to pick up or wherever I choose to move at all. Whenever I choose to breathe. So and then there's practically, it's an uncountable amount. It's not infinite, it's just an uncountable amount.
Every decision you make is a split off, but those group of decisions is just one big is just one big reality. And everyone else in that reality, like the one that we are in, the one that I've decided to jump in and be in this discussion, might not exist in a different reality because it's a decision that I have made. It might be a decision that I'm the most talkative right now, which is the one that I'm in. And there might be one where I'm just actually listening in the background, just seeing, just sipping on my cup of tea, which doesn't exist.
There's infinite realities, which means, within those realities, there's a universe for them.
Yes, and each reality is just a cluster of decisions that you have made. So that one reality has all your decisions made. So I don't know, like in
with
one other
each reality, it doesn't even involve isolation. It could involve evolution, like one where we evolve to walk on 2 feet. There could be one where we don't, or one where Jupiter wasn't a gas giant; it was instead just a rocky planet.
There's only one reality. Okay, if you think there's more than one, you're mistaken. I would like to answer that before the universe there was the singularity.
A singularity is the middle of a black hole, which defies all space and time.
Yeah, because it's infinite.
So strong atheist. How do you know that there isn't alternative / multiple realities?
There's no.
I would just say they're unlikely they could be ruled out. It doesn't make sense to me that there would be like everything you do, you have choices, and then all those choices present alternate realities. It's science fiction. Doesn't even make sense based on our reality. I base things on our reality. I base things on observation. I base things on experience. No alternative. No alternative. No alternative reality has ever been demonstrated, unless I'm mistaken. Has it?
Maybe. Well, in our thought, like we could always think of what happened if we did what and what. That could just be us. Well, this is incredibly stupid in my. Like, I'm just bringing up an example.
Okay.
Basically, we're just viewing that. We are viewing our version of that reality.
Yeah.
Anyone can think about fiction, including God. That's what God is, fiction. You can think about it all you want. It's still fiction.
Why?
Strong atheist. The topic that we're discussing is a very hard thing to grasp. It's a very hard thing to believe in.
We're talking right. I believe this is stuff that's harder than quantum physics because it is.
A lot. It is like.
I understand that. I am here. I'm just going to ask you: what age do you think I am? I'm interested.
I have no idea.
No.
I'm not very.
I would say like 20 something.
Holy.
30 something.
I'm 14. I'm 14.
You're 14.
I have proof. I can give you proof.
We don't.
We don't want proof.
We don't want personal info. That's something that no one here wants to see.
Okay.
We will believe you just for now.
Yeah.
So I hope you take my word that I'm 14.
Yes, you could lie and we won't really care. Well,
I see no point in lying about my age. It's stupid.
Yeah.
So the only place alternate realities exist are in people's mind, and I would challenge anyone to prove otherwise.
And why aren't your beliefs also in your mind?
My beliefs are in my mind, but reality is in the world. The one reality that exists.
And reality is hard to grasp, isn't it?
Not reality. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem grasping reality. Do you?
Why
reality
start?
Right.
Is the most complicated thing. We won't discover everything.
Right.
Even if the human race was eternity, we still won't have anything like
reality.
To discover.
I have a question, guys. I have a question.
We don't have a something what? Sorry, science.
We won't have I misphrased that.
It's okay.
I meant that we will still have things to discover, even if life.
Reality is infinite possibilities. That means there's a possibility of infinite timelines.
Hold up, killer.
A possibility. How do you apply that to reality? I understand it's like I know you can do a lot of possible things in your mind, but how do you put that inside our reality?
Right. Because our reality is infinite possibilities. Everything is up to chance. There is stuff we can confirm, but at the end of the day, when it's discovering new things, it is up to chance. Whether until then, without definite proof, we cannot be sure that those things exist.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I want to know what are we arguing about here? What is the main idea?
We're not arguing.
We're talking about. Wait, what are we talking about?
Alternate realities.
Reality, and very, very, very more complicated quantum physics that I am getting a slight headache from.
Going off the charts, guys.
And I say the lack of alternate realities. There's one reality that can be proven that we exist, and anything else is empty assertions, except for what's in people's minds.
Strong atheist. Why don't you believe God?
What are theories? That
God is so unlikely that he could be ruled out. And if you take the beginning of the universe, which I do believe it happened, why would it be a conscious mind with the power to create the universe, how can you explain that versus simple energy / matter that formed the universe naturally? It's not even a close contest.
Fine-tuning argument.
Okay.
Do you know, you probably know, because
it's not a fine-tuning argument. It's an argument from complexity, divine complexity.
I would say, I was gonna say to use here in this context, you can use the fine-tuning argument, because the universe, it had so you have the forces, right? You have the.
I understand fine-tuning. You can't prove that that's not natural. I assert that it's totally natural. I understand fine-tuning. It's perfectly natural.
The universe is contingent because it didn't create itself.
Okay.
It had to come.
It formed itself. It didn't create itself. It formed itself naturally through natural processes.
How can matter come from nothing?
That's why
nothing. Something come from nothing.
That's why
no, it did not come from nothing. Everything always existed. Everything always existed, and nothing never existed.
And that's why.
I'm just going to say this.
No, that makes no sense.
Exactly. That's why it's so hard to grasp.
So everything always existed. It's the first law of thermodynamics that energy / matter can't be created or destroyed. Therefore, it always existed. And it's much easier to accept that because we know energy and matter exist. It's not easy to accept God, which we don't know exists. And I assert doesn't exist, or at least it's so unlikely it can be ruled out.
But the Big Bang was the beginning of all matter, time, and space.
It was not. The Big Bang. Have you ever heard the Big Bang theory? Because that's not what it says.
Yeah, nobody's ever said nobody ever said the beginning of the universe was the beginning of matter. Space and time, I believe it was the beginning of relevant space and time, but the matter always existed. Energy / matter always existed. Can't be created or destroyed.
Okay, hold up. Can I put my what side I am on right now? Because I think I'm not on either side. I'm just backing up the side that is. Well, I'm just backing up both sides right now, so I'm basically helping both sides.
I'm just backing up. I'm backing up whatever side's going with has scientific ideas.
Yeah, because that's what I like, grasping.
Because I'm a very, very heavy science believer.
Yeah, I want people to. My main life goal is to make people go more into material science, which you might not know, but it's a subclass science to chemistry. It's the science of materials.
Well, you got me interested in chemistry.
Chemistry, yeah. You might call me a nerd for this, but I have a whole entire periodic table, including how atoms are made, including the day, including by who they were made, and including the atomic numbers. And
so do I.
Yeah.
So do I. I have an app on my iPod with all of it.
Yeah, I have one too.
So
I'm very nerdy.
Sub killer. I have a question. So which, in the of the three options, we'll say there are three options of atheism, agnosticism, and theism. Which do you think the science supports?
Atheism.
Okay. How?
I will. All
right. Let me ask you a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a clarifying question. So, do you believe that scientific data negates the existence of God, or simply does not support the existence of God?
It doesn't support it.
Okay. So that would lead to probably agnosticism, right? Instead of atheism.
That's incorrect. I believe it negates it completely.
Okay, who's saying that? Who's saying that it negates it?
Perkid Magnus.
Yeah, it was me. I said that what we know of science, what we can test and demonstrate, negates the idea that there could be a single omnipotent creator of everything. It's absolutely impossible. And I will use what theists usually use as an argument, which is free will. The fact that you can make choices. I was about to
bring that up.
Yeah,
actually, so.
And I'll concede something though, that if you've actually studied the Bible, or if you've continued along a path studying theology, you do know that the man that they refer to as Jesus in the Bible was a real man. Mm-hmm. But if you continue along this path, right, you're going to find out a lot more that you probably don't want to have to concede in the future. But the truth is, and you guys might think I'm crazy, but that person that you might worship as Jesus Christ, and he's still alive. I've met the guy. He's not a man. He's a fucking flamingo now. He actually lives in a zoo. And you can think I'm crazy, but it's the absolute truth. I could take you there.
Okay, right. You actually are making me die right now. Like, you're killing me.
Why?
Okay. Why specifically a flamingo? Why would
that was so unnecessary. Like,
why specifically a flamingo in a zoo?
Instead, you could.
Yeah. All right.
Could have brought an argument. Could have discussed.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So whatever that was. Anyway, sub killer. Yeah. Let's get back on track.
We'll get back on track. Me and the power of science.
Flamingo. Like,
I don't know.
God.
I'm not gonna lie. If he was trolling, he did a nice little job there.
If he did a troll, he didn't do an unfunny one. For what it was.
I don't think he was trolling because he had some seriousness in his voice. But like,
that's what happens when you smoke too much meth.
How about we let him explain instead of kicking him out? Because that might have come out rude. Let's let him explain.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he might need some help. He might really seriously. We didn't give him help that he needs.
Yeah, like some people call me crazy, but like that's not the type of crazy people call.
Oh no, Gasper left. No,
Gasper.
No,
Gasper, get back here.
Gasper. Naturalistic pantheism. Can you bring him back?
Yeah, he's back.
No, listen. Let me explain. Every now and then I lose audio and y'all can't hear what I'm saying, and so I have to leave and come back. All right.
Okay. So pantheism. Be a watch out on Gasper.
Yeah. All right.
Why?
Okay. So Gasper, let's continue.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you say that science supports atheism, or
it's mainly. I believe it supports atheism, but it also doesn't defy.
Right. So we got a little bit more clarification. You know, we're saying that science does not negate the existence of God,
but it has a very good support on atheism.
So, well, okay. Then let me ask you this: as science accumulates its body of probabilistic empirical data, is the inverse thing happening for the case for God? Is the probability of God shrinking as the scientific? Okay,
shrinking rapidly.
All right.
Yeah.
So
I believe his word.
So I'm just wondering how. Okay, then what does the what kind of logic does the sorry, what? Someone said something? Okay, yeah. I'm going to keep talking.
Oh, sorry.
What kind of logic is what kind of form does it take where the conclusion of God is made less probable by using scientific data as premises? Is it inductive or is it deductive?
Oh, well, hold on a minute. I need to search something up because I have had a brain fart moment.
Do you know what those two are? I can tell you.
Well, can you tell me what's inductive being used in this? Because
all right. So, so deductive means that the conclusion follows as an absolute necessity from the premises. It's almost mathematical. Okay. Inductive means that the conclusion, it doesn't follow as a necessity, but it follows with high strength or high probability. Okay, so the strength that induction has that deduction does not have is that it can add new things. It can tell you something new, which is often what science does. Whereas deduction is usually just transforming the format of information.
It's inductive.
Okay, so you would say it's an inductive case, so that it it doesn't absolutely or necessarily negate.
It doesn't negate the existence, but it doesn't support it either.
Okay. Now, one final question: is this a matter of using empirical data and importing it into a philosophical argument, or do you say that the actual empirical process is somehow relevant to the philosophical matter of the existence of God?
Like, what do you mean by the empirical process? These are big words.
Okay, all right, yeah.
And I am. So, these are big words for a 14-year-old
to
comprehend.
All right, so I'm only saying this because okay, so like it's kind of a science thing. So like when like for example, if you and I talk about like principles of like quantum mechanics, we're sort of just kind of dealing in concepts. But then the people at the Hadron Collider or the Atom Smasher who are actually doing the experiments, and they're not necessarily just grounded in the concepts, but they're actually doing things that are testable in the practical world, that's empirical.
Yeah. Okay.
And so
basically empirical is factual, like stuff we have evidence on.
No, it's just tested.
Not necessarily, because there are pure abstract mathematical facts, so to speak, that we use to build things like pure mathematics. So, like for example, a political poll would be empirical because they went around and they did a survey and asked people a bunch of questions instead of just assuming what certain categories of people think on principle. All right. All right. So what I'm saying is, does the case for the existence of God, or does the case that God is improbable, does that conclusion follow from actual empirical data in science? Or is it a philosophical conclusion?
It's more like it's 3/4 of the empirical and like a quarter philosophical. Because there is a bit of philosophy. It's not one definitive answer. It's a mix between the both.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not a theist. You could class me as an agnostic. I think it's just like a Russell's teapot. I can't say it exists. I can say it doesn't exist. I don't think logic proves that it does or doesn't exist. I don't think
teapot another version of Schrodinger's cat.
What?
Is Russell's teapot another version of Schrodinger's cat?
No, it's not the same thing.
No, it's not. It's
or is Russell's teapot just an item?
No, I'll explain it as quickly as I can. So, like, there may be a teapot floating somewhere way off in space, and I can't prove that it's not there. And that doesn't mean that it is there. And so it's just kind of like we're at this point where it's like, okay, why are we talking about a teapot that we can't prove anything about? So it's
it's sort of like half there without direct confirmation. You can't be sure if it's there or if it's not.
No, I mean, the truth or the falsehood of whether there's a teapot out in space is just literally there's nothing to say about it. So, because we have nothing to go on, and so yeah, that's what it is. And it's often invoked in the theism and atheism debate because we could say that God is kind of like a Russell's teapot. We can come up with all these prior causes, that we can talk about Higgs bosons or God particles and try to come up with the first foundation that was laid. And people can always ask, but what happened before that? And what happened before that? But at least some of these things like Higgs bosons, they are discovered empirically instead of being simply defined by principle. But the other thing is, I think we make an error when we say that these empirical findings somehow go out of the empirical realm and into the philosophical realm at large and start making statements about philosophical topics like God. Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't think, though, that no one can say anything about the teapot. I have something to say that it's so unlikely that it can be ruled out. Just like God. Also, I wanted to mention, too, that I believe that science is the actual enemy of religion. That's why religion has tried to suppress science and was very successful at doing it for 1,000 years.
I don't think it's the enemy. I think that there are holes in science that demand something else.
So I believe that the Big Bang was the first nail in religion's coffin, and I believe that evolution was the second nail, or vice versa. The evolution was the first nail, in the coffin of religion, and the Big Bang was the second nail in the coffin of religion.
Well, here's another thing. Well, I also think God's a bit like Schrodinger's cat, because I may be wrong here, but this may just be my own beliefs. But without direct confirmation, we cannot be sure of their existence. So, to me, they're only like, this is actually never mind. I am completely wrong.
Yeah, so I was just really trying to get some clarification on how you said that, you go with the view that science supports, and I wanted to know which view that was. I wanted to see by what process you said that atheism was supported by science. So, sometimes clarification goes a long way before anyone ever has to even do any arguing. But I do think it is kind of a messy business trying to use empirical data to deal with rational philosophical entities, especially ones like God.
Especially for you, Gasper.
They're trying to confirm any.
Sorry, what? Who chimed in? What was that?
Ethernet.
I was saying, especially for you.
Oh, is he knocking me? I can't tell.
Yeah,
I think he's trying to mention Casper the Ghost. I think.
No. I was saying you were mentioning it's difficult to use empirical evidence, and based on our conversation yesterday, I'm assuming that's definitely the case for you, since everything is pretty much self-referent.
That may be how you perceive my position. I still think maybe you don't understand where I'm coming from. There might have been some talking past each other, but it's all good fun. If people want to knock each other, I don't mind. If you want to,
I'm just saying,
troll me a little bit.
I'm just saying. It's very hard. It's very hard for me to conceive imperial things because I use the metric system.
Oh, jeez.
This is an awful joke, and I am so sorry.
Yeah. So let's see. All right. So so it's kind of a sloppy case. Trying to. So we said that. So you said that. Science supports atheism, but through kind of inductive means and in a probabilistic way. And, I think the more specific we get, I think the more we're going to realize that maybe there isn't actually a bridge from one to the other. I mean, we can go there. We can actually go there if we want. But I actually think that these bodies of knowledge actually don't lead to things like God. And that is why it's like an island, like a Russell's teapot. And you can talk about it all day, but
you're not going to get anywhere.
I was going to ask you, Gasper. I typed in Let's Chat because I caught some of the conversation a minute ago. I was going to say, I assume, and I could be assuming wrong, but I assume that you believe the percentage of the likelihood of God is just the same as it is now, as it was at the beginning of time. Pretty much is what you're trying to. Or am I just wrong?
Okay. No. Well,
where did science go?
Let me answer this question. Okay. I don't want to definitively answer that because, first of all, if we look at something like the Monty Hall problem, that really illustrates how probability is very subjective based on the body of information that is available. Or if we make it a more simple problem and just say there are two doors, there's $1 million behind one of them. I don't know which door has the $1 million, but let's say that you do. So you have a 100% chance. I have a 50-50 chance. The probability is subjective based on the body of information available to the individual. And so I would say that the probability of the existence of God is first, based on their definition, because there are a billion different ways that people define God, and then B, based on the information that the individual has. However, I question whether there's any actual significant information that anyone can have that increases the likelihood of the existence of God.
Well, in two doors, you wouldn't have the Monty Hall problem either. But
no. I understand. I brought up the Monty Hall problem, and I know it has three doors, but I decided just for simplicity's sake to come up with an experiment that just had two doors. I know that's not the Monty Hall problem. I just was trying.
Well, I was going to say I appreciate your in saying that you don't want to give a definitive answer, so I appreciate that.
Well, all empirical problems come down to a binary answer, so that's the reality. Gasper's making it simple, and he's eliminating any sort of ambiguity. And I for one, I do appreciate that kind of simplicity. Thank you, Gasper.
Thank you, and I appreciate the flamingo, dude. That was an eye opener for me, man.
I know it sounds really funny, and a lot of people would think that's crazy, but I can just kind of literally understand why other people might not see that as an actual truth that's possible. But just to phrase it this way, like if Jesus was a man, right, and you could say he came from other men and other women, right? He was created physically by men and women. Maybe there is a God. You could say there's a God out in heaven somewhere, and that creates us all. But when he became a man, he was created by men. And the man that created him is on the back of your quarters. So if you have an American quarter, you can see the guy that's a fucking eagle, and that's the guy that created the man you worship as Jesus. You can. It sounds hilarious, and it sounds hilarious, but you can. Hey, you can refer to him as a god, okay? But he didn't do anything that no other man wouldn't have done. The only thing that made him special in his time is he was an outspoken ethics teacher, just like his earthly creator.
And he was perfect.
His earthly creator wrote and preached what's called the Eightfold Path, which a lot of people have misconstrued as a religion called Buddhism. But it's descendant from one piece of literature to another, and if you don't want to follow the literature to its outcome, you never actually learn these truths. People want you to dwell on this Bible so they can continually take your money and put it towards brainwashing more people.
You don't have to give money to be Christian.
No, you're right. But you eventually, because you feel like you don't have the answers, you feel compelled to perpetuate a community of falsehoods.
No.
So I mean, it is what it is. Laugh. Don't accept it as truth, but it's just as likely.
Only way, the truth.
It's just as likely as you believing that someone was created to die for your sins.
Eliza, I want to ask you. So do you think that Noah's what's it called is a real thing, or you think it's just a metaphor? I got to follow up.
Noah's Ark. Yes. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Can I jump in?
You think it? Well, let me go down this line of reasoning for like 2 minutes. It won't be so long. So you think it's a real thing or just a metaphor story?
No, I think it was a real thing.
Okay, so here's my issue with.
Where'd the guy go? Where'd the flamingo guy go?
Here's one of my issues with the Abrahamic God, because it's not even just the Christian God; it's the Jewish God and Islamic God. They all believe the same story, and basically, my issue is
not really. But okay.
Well, what do you mean not? Well, okay, maybe that's not a super important point. But anyway, here's my issue though, is that so the Bible says that people, that's key here. That's why I emphasize it. People sinned, and that's why God flooded the earth. And so we see that there's what?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm thinking about all of the puppies and kittens that died by being drowned when God's super powerful, so all he had to do was snap his fingers and make them disappear painlessly. But no, all of these puppies and kittens drowned to death for sins that people committed.
The animals, okay, that is the problem of evil, but to animals. So God created a humanity to have a personal relationship with, and everything else in the creation was kind of to help us, to feed us, or to be with us, for us. That was his intention. So animals, they do have, I guess you could say, they have feelings, they feel things, right? They have a conscience, they want things, but they don't have our mind. They don't have the spirit, I'd say, because that's what we have according to the scriptures.
Well, but monkeys and gorillas here are very, very hyper aware and hyper intelligent. for like the animal kingdom and all that. Dude, like a lot of animals are more smarter than you realized.
That is true.
Yes, but still we have the power over them. But that's not the issue here. He said about the ark that all these animals died.
And
I don't think.
And the ark scientifically is impossible.
How?
How? Look at the size of the ark. It couldn't fit 2 of every animal in the world. First of all, there's ventilation. If an actual proper modern boat couldn't do this ventilation,
it's just that you have to take into account that if you believe in God, you believe in the supernatural, and even if we're talking about the past and they didn't have all this technology, they still had God with them. And that is kind of all that is necessary.
No matter what.
Do you get it? You don't need science to prove it if you believe in God, basically.
God could not override physics.
Wait, so can I ask you a question real quick? I want to ask you a question. Can I, please?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so Eliza, you are a theist, right?
Yes.
What kind?
Christian.
Oh, so you're a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I mean, I come from a Christian background. I come from a very Christian background. I was actually raised Amish. Okay. So like no light bulbs, no nothing.
Churn butter once or twice. No, sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. So one thing that I want to know about when I talk to Christians is, have they made up their mind that this set of ideas is what they want to believe already, or would they change their mind if they were met with something that indicated that maybe it was not the exclusive true set of beliefs? And how does that apply to you? Have you made up your mind already, or are you still kind of looking around and shopping?
No, I'm not shopping for ideas.
Okay, all right. Then
I mean,
right.
it's I have recently converted. It's I converted in June. Yes.
Oh, okay.
No.
You guys believe in Jesus? How?
Because he was a real person, and we have historical accounts of it.
If Jesus and God were real, how come we got COVID? How can people die of cancer? Huh?
Because God has more intelligence than we do. So imagine he knows everything. He knows that in the end it's gonna be good. But even if in the middle
it's gonna be good. Killing people's gonna be good.
All right.
How much?
That's not what I said. I said that things can happen for a better reason at the end. Okay. Like you would say, imagine there is a baby and a mother, and they're
can I explain?
Gonna cross the road, and then a bus comes. Okay, it's not good that both of them die, but it is better if the mother dies and saves her son than to let him die.
Can't God just make it so no one fucking dies? Is it that hard? Man can do
it. It's according to the idea that he's perfect.
He gave us the chance to do that, right? He gave Adam and Eve the possibility. They were good. They had no sin in them. And he gave them everything they needed to continue to be good and to love God and to do what God wanted them to do. But they chose to deviate from that. When you deviate from God, you're deviating from the truth.
But what he's doing is he's punishing everybody for a single person's act, or two people's act.
So two people do something bad. The rest of the people who
No. Do you get that? Can someone take? Yeah, sorry. Do you get that? Okay, so God is the most intelligent being.
Who's doing that?
Music. Like, I don't know. If God is the most intelligent being, he would elect the best humans, or like the best type of human to represent humanity. Adam and Eve weren't just like the first humans, like, oh, let's just choose randomly.
He chooses the best type of people.
Obama, hamburgers, pussy balls.
I know people better than fucking Adam and Eve.
No,
they don't just go.
But the point is, they were good, and they chose to deviate from that. But they were the best humans. Like, God wouldn't have chosen the worst ones to represent humanity.
If they were good, why did they deviate?
My thing is that there are things you could say right now, and we would like understand it, and you're choosing to like say things that are kind of random. Just saying that is once again contradicting yourself, just like you did with everything else. You're contradicting yourself by saying that they are the best people, but also saying they chose to deviate from the person who created them.
Because they're not perfect. You don't have to be perfect.
God chose them not to be perfect.
But why would you make a mistake if there's also things saying that? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Let me put people spitting facts.
I got it. Think of it as like a child. They were literally just born. They were just born, and and then the devil came in and, you know, persuade them to eat the apple. They didn't choose, oh yeah, we're just gonna eat the apple. No, the devil persuaded them. So think of it like a child, like my little.
So why do we have to suffer for what they did? And animals have to suffer for it too.
Therefore, I thought this was like Jesus never existed. What the fuck is theism anyway?
What?
That doesn't matter.
The fictional story of Adam and Eve.
Good night. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
The fictional story of Adam and Eve does not match up with the fact of evolution.
Yeah, the fact that says that dinosaurs came before humans.
Dinosaurs, non-avian dinosaurs became extinct 65 million years ago.
Were dinosaurs, they died, they were monkeys, we were monkeys. That's it. End of story.
We are still members of the great ape.
I'd like to great apes because you're making challenges, and I'd like to respond to some of these. You said one of your challenges was that you said the Big Bang puts the nail in the coffin to theism.
That's the second nail. The first nail was evolution.
The first,
you said the first nail was
the first nail was the Big Bang. The evolution didn't come before the Big Bang.
Yeah, exactly.
We figured out evolution before the Big Bang. That's why it was the first nail.
Okay, well let's go from the Big Bang into evolution. The Big Bang has a starting point, correct?
Correct.
Right. So a lot of energy exploded or imploded, or however you want to say it.
Expanded.
Do you believe that the universe has always existed?
No, but I believe the energy / matter that the universe formed from naturally always existed and can't be created or destroyed.
Something has to have always existed, right?
Energy / matter can't be created or destroyed, therefore always existed.
Right.
Thermodynamics.
It's eternal, basically. It's eternal, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so the problem.
I was actually talking about Jesus before.
Just Blizzard, do you mind? We're having a debate here.
My bad.
The problem with the Big Bang is the problem of the equilibrium. At what point, if something is eternal and has always existed, it would have reached equilibrium. You understand that concept?
Well, aren't we in equilibrium right now?
No, we're not.
We're not? How aren't we?
And mass and for something to be eternal, it would have had to have reached equilibrium, meaning that there couldn't have been some explosion or force that created the Big Bang because it would have reached the stasis. Nothing can change it now because it's existed forever and it reached equilibrium.
Okay, first of all, it wasn't an explosion; it was an expansion, and it didn't form the Big Bang. It was.
So what was the first cause? What was the
Big
Bang to move?
In my opinion, In my opinion, it was a quantum fluctuation within the singularity.
So something happened that didn't reach equilibrium.
Okay.
So that's basically that's how you tear down the argument of the Big Bang, because if it's true, energy has always existed, matter and energy has always existed, then it would have reached equilibrium, meaning it would have reached stasis.
I don't know that there's any laws to determine equilibrium that I know of. I only know the first law of thermodynamics, where energy/matter can't be created or destroyed.
Right. So the second part would be evolution, and I actually use the law of thermodynamics to prove that. So when we talk, let me just get my notes here real quick. I actually
You're going to prove evolution?
I use evolution to prove God.
Exactly.
Let me just try and just give you an example here.
Okay, I can use evolution to disprove God.
Like everything you guys
let me lay it out for you. So the argument, the idea of how modern secularists use evolution, because evolution is true. We can see things mutate, and we do see natural selection. I think I wanted to come back to that with the Noah's Ark example. They're like, well, how can we have all these animals from, these dogs or these animals? Well, you could actually have. Let me just
How does Rhythm Guy have a mod shield on him and keep coming back?
I don't know.
He just turns the volume down.
I'm trying to figure that out.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
I don't know.
So,
wait, give me a sec. Strong Atheist, do you know why it keeps coming back? Like, do you have to be a mod in order to do that?
I don't know. I think it gives him extra power because I noticed that shield on there, but I don't know how he got that qualification.
All right.
Go ahead, not atheist monkey.
All right. Sorry about that. So you guys were saying it's. I believe you said it was unscientific to assume that the Noah's Ark thing existed. So I can use evolution to prove that. Let's say, hypothetically, that Noah's Ark did exist. How do we get all these animals today? Well, let's take an example. If we have two wolves and they went onto the ark, they would have enough genetic diversity to create all the dogs that we have today. We could have small dogs.
Okay, real quick.
Natural selection.
Real quick. How did the kangaroos get to Australia after the ark?
Migration.
Exactly.
Yeah, over the ocean, right?
Well, you're assuming that the Earth today is the same as the Earth in the past. And this is how you can qualify dinosaurs.
Wait, no. We're talking about 4,000 something years ago. We're not talking about a long time ago.
Well, no one put a date on it.
Oh, well, that's when they say Noah's Ark happened, about 4,000 something years. The whole Earth biblically they say is 6 to 10,000 years.
Good night, Mike.
Well, I don't think there's a method they use to determine that. I think the only thing
I'll tell you the method they used. They went back and added up all the begots in the Bible, and the guy came up with 6 to 10,000 years. And that has nothing to do with continental drift on that short a span of time. The kangaroos couldn't have got to Australia. Therefore,
do you believe in
Noah's Ark is debunked? I wasn't even debunking that earlier, but that's definitely one of the silliest things in the Bible. There's plenty of them.
Sir, do you believe in global warming?
To a point, sure.
So the theory of the global warming crisis right now is they think in the next 20 years everything's going to be flooded because of the ice cap. So this is only a few years. If we're adding genealogies, and they're saying it's about 10,000 years ago, I would assume that the Earth 10,000 years ago would be very different than the Earth today. So we can assume that, yes, perhaps there was less water back then. Maybe there was more water in the ground, but today, more of it's out of the ground. So we can't really predict or know what the Earth looked like back then. So saying, well, kangaroos couldn't have crossed the water because there's water. Well, we don't know what the Earth looked like back then. So
4,000 something years ago, you don't know what you're talking about. Look into it a little more. That's like the
Do
biggest
you mean
thing they talk about. That's what that was way more
These
than
questions have been
years
answered
ago.
by
Pangea was millions of years ago.
Hold on.
4,000
Can I speak?
Saphir.
Hello.
I like your
Saphir. That's my name.
I like your Mandelbot set.
My what?
Your Mandrobot set, your profile picture.
Oh, thank you. I've had this for like 5 years now as a profile picture. These questions, as Eliza spent, not questions, but she said that there are people on YouTube who have made answers to the moral questions and like everything else before. And really, morality is, well, I recently joined the call, and I've heard two sides of the argument: the moral problem and the scientific problem with what is like Judeo-Christian, Abrahamic, whatever religions. And I think the question, I disagree with the premise of the question of atheism versus theism. Like, everybody always brings up, like, what about evil? If God is good, why is there evil? And what about all this science? And proceeds to point to all the science. Like, it's a question, it's a premise that I disagree with, because the reason people believe in God and are religious and spiritual, I'm spiritual, but I'm not a theist. The reason people believe in God is not because they actually think all this, or they're not attracted to the religion because of the arguments in there of creation. Unless they have an existential problem, and they really have, not a lot of people think about where they come from because they're busy with other shit in life. Unless they have an existential problem, then that may be attractive, because living with the premise of it's fine to not know, I just have to be at peace with how we came to be. We don't know. If you don't believe in God, you know, we just have no idea. And it's hard to be at peace with that. So people are attracted to religion because of the answer it gives you. And
I believe people
it gives you in an answer. And you're not discussing that. You're discussing, why is evolution true? How did evolution happen? Because, like, if this, explain that. Or the other side, if God is good, why do puppies drown? Like, it's the wrong question. It's the wrong premise. If we're answering atheism versus theism, we have to ask, why do you believe in God? Because it gives me peace. Why are you know what I mean? Someone mentioned the Eightfold Path, which is a path to become a better person in Buddhist scripture. And I've been learning a bit about Buddhism because of a therapist called Dr. K, and he really helped me. It's just the practice of Buddhism, I guess, what's the word? The equivalent of praying in Buddhism is just meditation. There's not really, like, you don't really have to read the sutras to become a Buddhist. You can't really be a Buddhist. You just have to be at peace with yourself. Learn how to accept when you're not at peace with yourself.
So,
learn how to be a better person. That's what the Eightfold Path is, to be a better person.
Can I just ask him a question real quick? So do you think that we don't need a logical justification for our worldview?
No, absolutely not. It is not necessary to.
Okay, then
being ad hoc. You can live at peace and happy without having to answer this. If you like it, like if you want to study it, that's fine. But just looking at the surface level knowledge of the Big Bang.
I'd identify that as a non sequitur, because it doesn't logically follow that for us to hold a position that we can be illogical towards our position.
I mean that it doesn't really matter if it's logical or not.
Making the boring argument of the usefulness for religion, which the atheist says extremely boring.
I agree with that. And the reason that most people believe, the reason that most people believe in God, in my opinion, is childhood indoctrination, and they also want to have life after death. These are the two most appealing things to people. But neither one
want to have life after death because they don't know how to improve their current life. And yeah, that's true. You're right. Oftentimes people are indoctrinated into it, not people who convert. The majority of it is people who teach their kids because they have They've either learned it from their parents or they've found peace in the religion. Obviously, if you teach your kids as a good Christian and a nice person, like if you're a decent person and you raise your kids to be decent, it doesn't really matter if they're religious or not, and they're living in an illogical world. It just doesn't matter. Like, our brains are made of meat. We're not designed to process logic. We're designed to process emotions.
Life after death.
I really don't care.
Would be great, but it's not realistic. Not realistic for life after death. It's great if somebody can really think that in their mind. I myself can. It's so unrealistic. But I also wanted to mention
where
morality, which you brought up, ethics and morality are a process of evolution and geography. That's where these things come from. Nothing to do with God.
Well, morality changes. It's not about evolution. Morality is a flexible thing because our brains are plastic. And if we're born with trauma and we're born with violence in our lives, then we're obviously not going to turn out to be nice people. I like to study. I don't study psychology, but like I listen to my therapist and I talk to my friends with mental health issues and I learn about it. Obviously, if you're born into a bad situation, your morality is going to be out of whack. It's not about your genes.
So morality takes a while to develop. Morality has evolved over time. We used to have sacrifices. We used to have a lot more slavery than we have now. We certainly became a lot more civilized. Absolutely, it's evolution.
Sacrifices is still sacrifices is another.
He gives you the opportunity to talk. You just got to stop over talking him.
Yeah. What? Repeat that.
I said he keeps letting you talk, but you keep over talking him. It's pretty annoying to listen to.
Yeah, okay. I'll let him talk. But he brought up sacrifices, and I wanted to mention. Yeah, he can go.
I just wanted to say you can clearly see that morals and ethics are a process of evolution. We've gained a lot more. We became a lot more civilized over the years, and we now understand that for the most part, slavery is wrong. It doesn't exist. Well, we all would probably say, hopefully, that slavery is wrong.
Of course, it exists.
Yeah, it still exists, but hopefully everyone can agree that it's wrong. But many years ago, that was not the case. Sacrificing was common, and they thought it was like really going to make their crops better or something like that, and they would sacrifice children and things like that. So we've come a long way, and that's based on the evolution of morality and ethics, and also it's determined by geography. You know, where you are and when you are. These are the things that determine it. Nothing to do with God, although God has made some people. Not God per se, but the concept of God has made some people be more moral, which is nice. But it's
Can
just
I get some pushback on that? I want to get pushback on that. Because
I'm going to
arguing
post.
the theistic,
Which channel can I post stuff? Let's Talk channel. Okay. I'm listening to this book called Debt: The First 5,000 Years. It's about debt and the psychology of debt and basically the history of money. And it talks about sacrifices as well, and how when you feel like you were owed something to society, your debt is massive. It's unpayable because it's basically raised you. So eventually societies became gods. I'm summarizing this part of the book, but people sacrificed lives to gods because there's nothing you can give a god that will like repay the debt. You know what I mean? So you give it like something, a sacrifice to appease it. That's supposedly what it means.
We've gained a lot more. We've gained a lot more intelligence since then, and that's like I don't know.
That's social evolution, though. We haven't gained intelligence because it's only 10,000 years.
We've become more civilized, and we understand that that's ridiculous. If you
and I mean that's your view.
If you let me ask you then. If we sacrifice a kid, are our fields going to have more crops?
I mean, they might. It doesn't really matter to those
come
people.
on. Come on.
Not just his opinion stuff here either. You've never heard of the
that's what I'm saying. You have to use your brain. You have to think.
Saphir, hold on a second. Hold on. You said
yes.
That's his opinion. Are you not familiar with the idea of moral progress?
Moral progress. Okay, that is very, very political. Okay, because people still, people think like, oh, we've regressed. As we go back in time, we regress as people, and people are just more barbaric and stupid. But that view is very political and very like imperialistic, because I mean, obviously it's going to be imperialistic because it's a reason to justify colonizing people by saying they're barbaric and their way of living is wrong. And if you just say, oh, tribes used to sacrifice children as a general statement, then you get to justify imperialism. But that's a whole nother thing, and I'm not educated on that. I'm not educated on anything.
You're not grasping at what this is really, because none of that's occurring right now. You understand,
really?
Right?
But
you may hear arguments from people all the time about not restoring native people's rights. I live in Uruguay, but I hear about it in Brazil too.
Honestly, we don't care about native rights. I want to talk about atheism versus theism.
Yeah, real quick though, I wanted to say that Safrai, though, you really might have proved your point though, in a way, because you still believe that, because you say that killing a child will make the crops grow more. So I guess really in your family, I don't think that the moral evolution had occurred too much.
Okay, wait. You said my name is Saphir. Sorry, I thought you were talking else.
Sorry.
Saphir. Yeah. I didn't say that. I just said
you said maybe.
I said that it doesn't really matter to them, and you have to look at why they're actually sacrificing a child. They obviously don't think that the child doesn't matter. They think it has value, because of course it has value. It's a human being. It's in a human economy. So human economy is a thing in this book. Wrong word. It's like it has value,
right? You know that's silly,
you have to ask why they're sacrificing a child.
But now
why do they think sacrificing a child is going to help the crops?
In this year, 2021, you know that it's silly, right?
No.
What do you mean by
people
silly?
Are still sacrificing today. If you go to Haiti, they're sacrificing chickens. So there's no evidence or scientific research to know if what they're doing actually works or not, because we haven't done any investigation. They're still doing it today. They still sacrifice animals. They do blood sacrifices. They have witch doctors. They have sorcery over there. We don't know if it's true or not because we didn't investigate it.
You seriously believe that? My gosh, that is pretty crazy. I'm serious. How old are you?
Well, I'm just giving you evidence that people are still doing sacrifices today. Obviously,
people still do it.
Wait, you're saying that, but you're also saying we don't know that it's not true, that sacrificing these people are going to maybe make the crops grow.
Right. We don't know if it's
true.
No,
I didn't say that.
Oh
my God.
Because there is a spiritual side to life as well.
Because I think his idea about saying like why is pretty interesting.
Unless you're fertilizing the fields with the children's remains, it's not going to make the plants increase. If you think there's even a possibility that sacrificing a child to make your fields grow bigger, that is seriously a problem, and you seriously need some help.
Okay, wait.
All right, can we move on?
I don't believe that.
What is irrelevant?
I don't think any of us believe that.
We're just lumping in all religions together.
I don't want to talk
religion
about this. I think that's
retarded.
This might be a bit of a sensitive topic, child sacrifice. Maybe let's steer away. But obviously, I don't believe
it just has nothing to do with the stage. It's atheism.
It doesn't. Theism. Yeah, it doesn't. Sorry.
Actually, though,
you're good. I just
that there was something brought up earlier that was pretty interesting, which was so this idea of like us kind of graduating from religion as a way of thinking about morality and so on. And I remember reading some stuff where I feel like it may be possible that in fact religion has in certain cases elevated our sense of morality. And so, or I just wanted to raise this as like one possible possibility to the group. So the book I read was The End of History by Francis Fukuyama. And in it, he describes the way in which one of the causes of the fall of the Roman Empire, or something that, was at least a thorn in its side, which was, the fact that a lot of people converted to Christianity. And he kind of, he describes Christianity, and also he's not actually particularly political at all. Or sorry, he's very political, but he's not religious. And he basically describes how this idea of Christianity as being something which, as being a belief system, granted irrational, where everybody kind of is on an equal pedestal in a sense before God and so on, was kind of an advancement in the ideas compared to like the Roman Empire. Like in Rome, you have like masters and slaves, right? So people go to war. Those who risk their lives and come out on top, those people are the masters, and those who buckle under are the slaves, and the slaves have a tough time, and the masters, kind of lord it over them for the next, several generations onwards and so on. But eventually the slaves do find solace, and granted, this is conceptual, it's glossing over a lot of history, but they're really attracted to this idea of Christianity in large part because it says that all people are equal, and that in that belief system, the masters are not so different from the slaves in the eyes of God, right? And that's one component of like a large kind of thought evolution in Western civilization. You can look it up. It's called like Hegelian thought, which ultimately, once people are equal, then how do you govern if everyone is equal? Because now you have no masters. Well, everyone becomes a master then, right? To an extent. There's like a whole logical progression of philosophy and so on that goes on until eventually you end up with things like the French Revolution sparking, and the American Revolution, democracy, and things that I believe people in this chat feel very strongly towards and believe are good things. So I mean, there are, I guess, multiple areas where you could disagree with this, but if this is true and it is like a reasonable hypothesis, I think, at least on the surface, Fukuyama is a very smart guy. Then the result here is, well, the implication is that actually religion helped us to reach the kind of like higher moral understanding that we do have now, which would mean that it was not such a useless thing to have in the first place. Does that make sense? Questions?
Yes.
Yeah, can we move on from this point and go back to comparing worldviews?
Can I ask a question?
But real quick, I want to just respond to that real quick, though, that absolutely that religion helped a lot with morals, but it also hurt a lot with morals, too. Plenty of people died because of religion, as we were just speaking of earlier, in that way, and plenty of other ways. Plenty of people were killed. Atheists were killed for just not believing for many, many years, and still to this day in some countries. So, I mean, there are plenty of good things and bad things, just like people. Plenty of good things and bad things. We can move on. I just wanted to answer that.
I also kind of disagree with that premise that religion has good things and bad things, because you're talking about the reasons a lot of people of other religions were killed because of X religion, and there was a fight, and there were wars, and there were political struggles, etc. So the religion is immoral in that sense, but also good in this sense. I disagree with that premise, because those are actions of people. That you have to look at the scripture and the religion by itself and analyze those morals. And analyze the psychology of the religion.
They did it in the name of religion. It's all done in the name.
They did it in the name of religion, but that really doesn't matter as an individual. If you're talking about the institution of religion and if we should politically fight against it, then we are. But we're talking about basically converting people on Discord and making arguments. It doesn't really matter.
So honestly,
you think religion's only good for morals and
no, I didn't say that either. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said that it should be analyzed based on the morals and psychology it provides in the scripture and the official word of it.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Something immoral is stated in plain text.
So this thing where I agree with Saphir. I mean, it totally makes sense that instead of viewing things through like pros and cons, like that's like a very simplistic understanding, right? You should just, I'm personally a fan of viewing things more mechanically. Like religion is just a bucket that we put certain things into, right? And I totally agree with you that, if we were to get down to this at like the atomic, most granular level, you would need to kind of evaluate how people are thinking about things and so on. So actually, another interesting thing, which I think is kind of along the same lines, is a quote from a book called Hillbilly Elegy, which I read recently. And one of the ideas, Hillbilly Elegy. It's written by this one, he's like a kind of he right now he's like doing like venture capital stuff in the Bay Area. He's like quite well off, but he started off in like rural Appalachia and in a very poor family situation in which his parents were, I think, the kind of people that Zafir mentioned were like heavily traumatized and like could not function as parents. But like he describes some of in his perception at least, the reasons why his parents were unable to kind of plow themselves up, despite being given actually some considerable economic opportunity, and prepare the next generation. And one of them is the way that the religion was practiced. So here's an example of like certain types of religious habits producing good things and certain, I guess, what we would think of as good things, and then certain religious habits not producing them, which is that I really don't know a lot about Christianity, I'll be honest. But like there's some kinds where people pray in their homes, and there's some kinds where people congregate in a church and they do their community stuff. And it depends very much on like all sorts of complicated factors which one you belong to. And a lot of Appalachians, they don't go to a church, they pray in their homes and so on. And what this means is that you don't necessarily connect to a community, and the sort of like regulation and resources that community, in a church could provide aren't there. Like he gives an example of how somebody else from also a very bad family situation was able to raise themselves up and, live like a decent, well-adjusted life in society, in large part because the community supported him like financially. Like, he was poor, he had a junky car. When it broke down, they bought like the whole like church poured the money together and got him like a car. And then he gradually paid that back over years, and like no other bank's going to lend to this guy, right? And then of course there's like that, and then of course you cannot discount like just the things that adults say around people. So having those authority figures who say things like you need to be good and don't like go out and do crazy things or be hooligans. I don't know if people who are raised religious are raised like quite properly. I've noticed that. And so like all these things kind of, and then of course, when you're part of a larger community, you can call on people for help on how to raise a child, if you're not a very good parent, naturally. So like there's a lot of factors. So like the different habits that a religion can encourage can also greatly.
Also religion has like systems in place to educate, like parents, for example. Parents don't really have training. They just learn by doing it, which has consequences. In my case, I have two dumb parents. But people, they don't really get trained in this, and religion can offer that training, and they can offer counseling, not in the psychologist sense of like counseling with a therapist or something, but counseling like to learn and how to be a decent person.
Also, religion created the Inquisition, where they would torture people. They would blindfold.
Yeah, but you're looking at history.
I'm talking, please.
You can't look at religion.
I actually do want to hear strong atheists.
Let me talk. So they had it where they would torture the people, and they would blindfold the statue of Jesus so Jesus couldn't see it happening. That's all in the name of religion. I mean, there's plenty of good stuff that religion does. It helps people on drugs. I believe religion probably saved the world because they stopped science from happening for about 1,000 years. Otherwise, we would have created weapons of mass destruction a lot earlier and probably killed ourselves. Religion definitely does good stuff, but it does bad stuff too. But you two people who were just talking about all the good things of religion, wake up.
We weren't talking about it.
That's contrary. That's contrary to the Bible.
You're still using the premise of the pros and cons of religion.
Because Safir, you don't like in the name of Safir, if you don't like in the name of or the pros and cons list, I mean, why the hand waving when there's just plain verbatim text passages that will just turn anyone into Charles Manson? I mean, you don't have to look very hard.
I mean, the thing is with religion, that's like really general. I mean, yeah, I would agree. Islam is evil. Buddhism is evil. Everything that stands up against the gospel of Jesus Christ is evil, right? So just to blanket statement religion, I mean, yeah, I agree. Pretty much everything that's false and man-made is evil. But there is a truth, right? There is the Christian God who created you, who created me, to whom we're all accountable to, whether we accept it or not. And the rejection of which destroys human intelligibility, right? We couldn't know anything to be true, apart from the Christian God, right? The atheist agnostic, they start from axioms, right? So they start from assumptions. All they do is they merely assume that they exist and that the person in front of them is an actual person, instead of assuming that, oh, I'm in the Matrix, or oh, I'm in a dream world. It's all, they just start from an axiom, start from an assumption. And reasoning from assumptions is invalid because they can assume absolutely anything they want, right? But what is actual is that, the Christian God exists and he reveals truth to you and truth to me that we cannot be wrong about, right? He reveals to us certain knowledge. So he reveals to you that you exist and that, the external world is actual. So when you look at the apple, you'll be like, oh, that's a real apple. It's an actual apple. God has revealed this to you. And if you look at a person, oh, that's a real person. That's an actual person. So God has given you this certain knowledge, this sense of reality that is a certainty.
How can you verify your sense perception?
Amazing. There you go. That's the point. That's right. What's your name? Apollutrosis.
Yep.
Apollutrosis. You just did it. That's what I wanted to say. That's why people believe in God. Like, there you go. It doesn't really, the history of it doesn't really matter unless you're doing a political fight, like legislation against religion. The morals of it doesn't really matter. Text. That's the reason. Because it gives people an answer. And my position is that you have to learn how to live without an answer and just accept that. But if some people can't do that, they can turn to religion and I'll be fine. I really don't care, because there are good people and bad people everywhere and there's no difference,
I'm curious to hear how an atheist can't use the standard laws of logic.
Well, do you think that reasoning from assumptions is valid?
Well, I mean, that's...
What am I assuming? Hold on. What am I assuming?
Well, do you hold on to axioms?
One.
Sure. So an axiom is a base level.
Axiom?
It's a base level assumption, right? So I guess so basically it would be like you assume that you exist and you would assume that the world around you is actual, right? So you look at the apple on the table.
I don't assume I exist, actually. I know I do.
Well, I guess, yeah.
Well, how do you know you do? You're using your six senses to determine that. So anything outside your sensors are subjective.
Right, yeah, but I'm thinking, how can I think and not exist?
How do you know your logic and reason is reliable?
What do you mean? How can I think and not exist? I'm experiencing.
We don't know if our logic and reasoning is reliable. Because we're using our six senses to determine that.
Please tell me how I can experience and not exist.
Well,
I don't know if you exist because I'm using my senses to determine that.
What?
Well, I would guess I mean the thing about the I think therefore I am, Descartes, right? Is that first we need to kind of define I.
No, that's just the language I'm using to describe the experience.
Well, whether I is conscious or not, that's always a good question. Does consciousness exist? But beyond that,
I don't care about the words I'm experiencing. How can I experience and not exist?
But beyond that, so the question is, let's say you look at an apple. How do you know that's a real, actual apple and it's not?
Well, wait, we're still hung up on the first part. We don't. Hold on, Safir. Hold on a second. We're still hung up on my experience. I can't experience and not exist at the same time.
You can't.
Please tell me how that's
experience.
possible.
Yeah, you don't know if your senses are reliable is basically what we're saying. If you feel something, you don't know if it's true or not. Because I can dream and I don't know if that's real or not, but I come back to reality. I'm using my senses. All 6 of your senses determine the validity of something.
Bucket as I am with experiencing God, so we don't
know. We don't know is basically what we're saying. Everyone's in the same box. But what we're trying to say is we're trying to give an answer to that. When we talk about spirituality and anything outside the external world, we're trying to give a rational response to that. Everyone else is saying it just is, and that's being ad hoc.
Listen very clearly. Listen very clearly. Wait. There is one piece of epistemology that is 100% I know is my existence because I'm thinking. Everything else, I operate under fallibilism. That's fine.
Hold on.
I'm fine with that.
You said strong atheist, I think, said spirituality is about giving an answer. What, giving an answer to what? What did he say?
That's so off topic. Holy shit.
So we're trying to justify our existence, and we're using spirituality. Yes. We're using what we know, what we can sense, everything that we induction basically to give a justification for it. Because if you're just going to say it is what it is,
a rational justification is what you said, right?
Right, because if you just say it is, and it is what it is, it just is, that's being ad hoc, and you're not giving a justification for it. So basically, when you say that our mind and our experiences give us reason and logic, well, how do we know if that's true if you're confined to just matter? We don't know if that's true or not.
Talking to at this point, if you're talking to me, I don't even know.
So the contrary,
how do you know if solipsism is true or not? We don't know.
The contrary is so unlikely it can be ruled out. Just because something can't be certain, there's plenty of stuff that can be so unlikely it can be ruled out. You live your life, you make your determinations, and you know it in your heart. There's plenty of things you can rule out. It's so unlikely that can happen. I think it's also very. As soon as I finish, I'm almost done. I just wanted to just mention that it's very ironic to base reality on a fictional character. Go ahead.
That's presupposing
I just wanted to respond really quickly. I'll let you guys finish up. I'm just going to respond. I'll take off. I'm going to tell you guys what happened to me this year. And now you were talking strong atheists. You're talking about how these religious people were doing all this and that. But if I'm debating the Christian religion, which actually gave us rules to follow. So I argue that if they're breaking these rules that we're supposed to follow, like thou shalt not kill, I would say they're going outside of the religion to do that. But let me just give you a story. What happened to me this year? I have 2.8 million subscribers on my YouTube channel, and my channel got hacked. Right? I gave them some cryptocurrency, and they were able to get into my wallet and steal all of my savings. They took over my channel, and they fooled a lot of people to give them money. So these guys are making millions. And this is a problem. This is a really big problem in our society today. We have scammers everywhere, right? So I actually had the chance to talk to this scammer. And I told him, God will judge you for the evil you're doing, hurting people like that. And he told me, there is no God. So when we look at atheism, there is no they can do what they want because there's no accountability. You have China, the biggest atheist country right now. They have slaves. They're doing what they want. They have no accountability. They can do what they want.
Accountability is
not that they don't have accountability. It's just that they don't have the same morals as you because they don't have the rules set up by your Bible. That doesn't mean they don't have accountability and they don't have morals. They just have their own morals.
Accountability is basically what you determine it is. Accountability is basically what you determine it to be. It could be your accountability. It could be the government's. It could be a society. Basically, you guys choose your own accountability. And you can't say the Nazis were wrong because they had their own system of morality, right? So
exactly,
if we choose,
you can't prove that the Nazis were wrong.
What's right and wrong, then I can't say I'm wrong, or I can't say that guy that stole thousands of dollars from me is wrong because as long as he doesn't get caught, he's fine.
Just because you want there to be an
very well had a religion,
I
started talking very well.
Hey man, I started talking first.
That's crazy.
I want to offer this perspective real quick.
And yes, sorry to hear that.
I started talking first. Just because you want there to be an ultimate justice does not mean ultimate justice exists.
Right, but the religious people believe that they are accountable to God. They don't answer to man, government, or society. They answer to God for the wrongs that they do to people. So if I do something in secret and it's bad, I have to answer to God for that.
That's
What I
great. So
believe
they answer to a
is that-
fictional
hold on.
character. That's great. That's great.
Hold on, wait. What I believe is that you don't really answer to God or a government if you commit a moral act that is incorrect, right? It's immoral. You answer to yourself because ultimately it's going to harm you and your relations, and it's going to isolate you from other people. That's just because good people tend to have happier lives. People who act good tend to have happier lives and attract better people. I think we can all agree on that, right?
I agree with that.
Everyone's got good and bad in them. Hopefully more good.
If you
than
are a
bad.
good person to other people, right?
I mean, you guys don't have a very good imagination. You either don't have a very good imagination or you haven't read up on other forms of deontic moral theory that will ground moral.
I'm not a philosopher. I'm a dumb 16-year-old.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just saying, I'm pointing it out to not atheist monkey. Seems to think that there's only one form of moral, objective morality, or even other forms of morality that can ground outside of religion. So it's just kind of silly.
Can we all agree that people can be nice without being accountable to a thing?
There is no morality, apart from the Christian God, right? So,
you would say so.
First off, is
just people being nice, not morality. Like people treating
nice doesn't matter.
Nice is subjective too. I mean, I can just look at someone who's known as nice and be like, nah, that's a bitch. Like it's really just from your opinion that they're nice.
Okay.
Nice is a tool, right? You can.
I don't know how to respond to that.
You could be nice to someone for a reason. Like, let's say you go to the store and the salesperson is like, hey, I really like your shoes. I like your jacket. Oh, that's nice. But, the goal is to make a sale, right? It's business.
Okay.
Fair. So the question is the intention
in a human interaction that is not exchange based.
And then, but the thing about morality is different than that, right? So morality is an ought claim, right? It's like you ought not beat your wife. You ought to be kind to orphans. Ought implies obligation.
Why is it a not claim?
So you are living by a rule book. That's also a thing people do, and it's good.
Why wouldn't it be an ought claim?
Is something moral because you ought to do it, or is there a moral thing that just is, and then that tells you whether or not you should do it?
Well, it's God's law to whom all men and women are accountable to, whether we accept it or not. That's the standard.
Wait. Sometimes I think you can be accountable to a routine, like, I wake up every day at 8 a.m. or something, and I work out or whatever people like to do. You can be accountable to a routine and feel that need to pressure yourself into it. It's not a moral thing. It's just in the same way people can be accountable to a rule book or a set of ethics. You can build some yourself. Like people make their own ethics sometimes. Like you can make it specific. Like, if I have a mentally ill friend, I will help them. Or for another person who has had trouble with boundaries, maybe you can say, if I have a mentally ill friend, I will try and help them, but I will place boundaries. I can't just offer help. It's different for every person because every person has different amounts of energy that they can give to other people.
Is breaking your routine
still being
evil?
Nice. What?
Is breaking your routine evil?
Wrong premise.
So
that's the wrong question.
Is there good and evil?
Again, wrong premise. What is that question? Like asking that question implies something else.
Define the word morality.
I can't.
All right, then what are you talking about?
I'm talking about how to be nice.
Okay, well, I don't care about how to be nice.
I don't know. I just want to be nice to people.
Why ought you be nice? Why ought you be nice? Is that an obligation? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this I can answer. I should be nice because the things I want, I will get by being nice, and I eventually will be a happier person, not because of the things I want, but because doing nice things makes you happier.
That's an opinion.
That's
also a really bad system of morality, because you're just doing things because of an exchange of goods, or
I didn't say that. I said the exchange of goods and relations, and just because, giving gifts, for example, I make drawings for my friends. Sometimes I just do
a moral system, but to just do it, like you're saying, you don't have a definition of your own morality unless it is to gain things.
No, I didn't say that.
It's the only thing you're positing. You're positing.
No, I said that
good things to gain whatever, like good relationships.
I didn't say I do good things to gain certain relations or a partner or more friends or whatever, and I am the better person because of that. I did not say that. I said
Please
that.
say what you said again.
And what?
Okay, so you said that, and
I said that, and
so that was part of what you were saying.
Just purely doing good things makes you feel good. This is not a thing about morality or logic. This is just what I believe about human psychology.
This is a
making something for something else, not in an exchange, not in a exchange. What's it called? A relation of exchange. Like
you use the word good. Use the word good. I mean, good tends to link to morality unless you mean something.
I mean, makes
else.
you feel nice. You can pretty easily tell when you feel nice, right?
So you
I think we can.
So you would never pick the good thing to do if it didn't make you feel nice.
You're not listening. I didn't say that. Well, you can also do good things even if they don't make you feel nice, because it's for the exchange, right? It's for eventually
for the exchange,
I'll be a better person
or
and
to feel good.
I'll have more friends or whatever.
You're saying your morality is governed by feeling good or exchanging things.
Exactly. And not exchanging things. I didn't say that.
Basis of morality.
No, I shouldn't have said exactly. I was too quick. Exchanging things is not the word, because an exchange is done at the moment. What I think you're talking about is simping and being nice to a girl in hopes that she will get back to you. That's like an example.
I'm talking about, in the broadest sense of the word, you have a transactional morality where you want something in the immediate or far future, and so you're being good to obtain that.
I am not only being good, but working on improving.
What he's saying is that he believes that when people are like, there's a kind of psychological thing that says when people are mean or nice, that it kind of reflects onto themselves. So if you're being kind to someone, you'll feel happier. That's supposedly like a psychological thing. I think that's what he's discussing.
Well, I don't think we have to prove that. I think we all agree with that, right? We don't really need scientific evidence to say if you're kinder to other people, you're kinder to yourself and you feel nicer about yourself.
My problem is you don't have something that other people can reference that is a good basis for your morality.
Well, I don't need that.
Can we like I feel like this conversation has kind of, run its course, because I mean, what it appears to me is that Zafir does have a sense of morality, and perhaps one that is distinct and strong. But like a lot of people who have, most people have some sense of right and wrong, but they may not necessarily
my sense of morality is based a little bit in science, in the sense that I do watch psychology videos and I do try and sense what people are feeling. And wait, let me rephrase that. Well, I don't base it in science, but I base how to treat people nicely in the advice from my therapist and how to be kind to other people. I do research on that.
Right, but like the standard there,
that is a bit of my religion, my morality, just how to be nice to people.
Like ontological, and honestly, kind of it gives me a kind of right? Is that true? Because if that's the case, then like we're better.
What do you mean? Can you cut out for
better off? I feel kind of perspective. Oh, Sorry. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so my feeling of there being a disconnect, and you can also tell me, anyone here can object to it, is that so there are some people here who are trying to describe the morality as logically as possible, and some people who would like to view things, who would like to take whatever this logical explanation is and make it like as rigorous as possible. And I feel like that is something that is very difficult and complicated and cannot really be done in a Discord chat. And so I think we're better off moving away from discussing particularly what are the ontological how you would construct like a consistent system of ethics, and moving on to like a different variation of this like atheism versus theism question.
I agree. And since you guys are in TJump's channel, just go look up his objective moral framework, and there you go.
I usually start by just asking.
Okay, I'll try to lead myself in that direction, because I do have some quote unquote spiritual beliefs that aren't really logical. Well, they're not logical, but they are like,
and why would you hold them?
Whatever. Yeah.
That means irrational.
Irrational, yes.
Why would you hold irrational beliefs?
Was there a base for morality? Did you guys agree on the base for morality?
Yeah, does there have to be a base for morality? I can always question the premise.
Morality, right? Like so for example, like.
All right, go ahead.
For example, why is like a crime like murder wrong? Why is murder wrong?
Because God's law. Because God created humans, and our bodies are the temple of the Lord. We do not belong to ourselves. We belong to God.
Yeah, I know your answer, and that's your base. But I just want to hear the atheist base of morality.
Oh, okay. Well, in my opinion, it would be wrong depending on the situation, because technically murder,
like just taking an innocent person's life, like you just walking down the street,
an innocent person,
you just see a person walking down the street and you just take a knife and just end his life right there. You didn't.
I can take a shot at this as well, because I'm an atheist basically, and so if I were walking, so if somebody told me to go down the street and then just like shoot somebody, I would probably, of course, I would say, wait, what the heck? Definitely. No, I'm not going to do that. But the reason why, I would probably stop at killing people is bad. That sounds like a reasonable location in, the reason
but
to just stop.
Why is that bad?
That's like a very deep question, right? It's something that I think most people don't think about. Like society kind of tells us that.
Let me help you out. So you're talking about somebody living and not living. So if you give them the choice to live or not live, it seems to be the case that if you kill them, you're not really giving them the choice. So choice would be paramount here.
What do you guys
you're basing it off choice?
What do you guys mean by base for morality?
So wait, could you repeat yourself, please?
Yeah, I've heard what is your base for morality several times. What do you guys mean by base for morality?
Well, I mean,
it's something you can be accountable.
From where do you derive your morals? From where do you derive your moral standards from? Is it from yourselves? Is it like a list that people made, or
morals?
From myself, the internet, advice from other people, a web of things.
For the Christians,
so it's subjective.
For the Christians that are in here,
of course
doesn't Scripture say that God has put His moral law on our hearts?
Yes.
Yes.
So, if you're asking where do you derive your morals from, or what is the base of the morals, regardless if they acknowledge if it's God or not, wouldn't it be still just as self-evident as it would to the Christian?
That's an interesting point.
It is self-evident, but you can operate in denial of that which you know to be true. So, for example, I could say I'm a woman, but
what is the purpose? Okay, what is the purpose of acknowledging a base of morality?
It's not acknowledging that God has written His law in your heart.
From what I've seen, usually when you get someone to acknowledge it, I guess in a sense you also get them to acknowledge that God is real.
Yeah, so Eddie, the context is usually when theists ask, I mean, of course you're definitely aware of this, and welcome back, by the way. You were here for the conversation, I think, last week, but good to have you back. So yeah, it would probably be the case that it would be a question from a theist to an atheist about how they ground their moral framework is all, you know.
Yeah, and that's the issue that I have. And for those that are here that don't know, I am a Christian. But when we talk about God's moral law being written on people's hearts, we generally know, it doesn't mean we know everything that's right or wrong, but we generally know what's right or wrong. When we ask like atheists and things, you know, how do you ground that morality? I don't really know the significance of the question other than trying to get them to admit that God exists, because if moral realism is true, yeah.
Okay. Saying where do you base your morality, or where can you ground these ethics that you adhere to? You tell me you adhere to. Where do you ground this? Saying that inherently assumes that without something to be accountable to, especially something that is all like pretty powerful, an authority figure, without something to be accountable to, that the person is going to not adhere to them. And I think unless people who adhere to them and are religious and have this authority figure, if they still don't always adhere to them, then the question is kind of wrong. And yeah, again, it's just, why don't you have an authority figure? It seems pretty sus. It seems pretty weak that you don't really adhere to anything. But like, still, people who adhere to it and have an authority figure, they still commit crimes and they still commit, you know.
Yeah. So here's.
But the answer to that really is, oh, it's because they're not real. They weren't really believing in God, and I don't really like that.
Yeah. So my issue with it, and just for transparency, I'm not a big fan of the moral argument.
Your issue with what? Wait, let's clarify.
Yeah, my issue is if objective or if moral realism is true, then whether someone can ground it or not so what happens is when you talk about grounding morality, we're talking about ontology. And when we talk about
what's ontology,
okay, well, hold on. Yeah, I'll explain that in a second. So when we talk about grounding morality, we're talking about ontology, and when we talk about how we know what is wrong, we're talking epistemology. And a lot of times the moral conversations get ontology and epistemology confused. So ontology is the study of being. So if we have, let's say there's a universal, just for the sake of argument, universal abstracts exist, like the laws of logic, moral realism, things like that. If they exist, then they exist. Now, if we want to explain how they exist, that's when we get into ontology. Ontology in the broadest sense, it's really a hard concept to understand if you're not familiar with it, but it's basically metaphysics. It's the study of being itself, how something...
Jesus.
Yeah.
Can I try?
Damn.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So here's the issue. Real quick, the issue is when people don't understand the distinction between ontology and epistemology. Epistemology is a study of knowledge. So if somebody says, how do you ground that? They're talking ontology. If somebody says, well, what is right or wrong, or how do we know? Then we're in epistemology, and they're two totally different fields. So,
Eddie,
we confuse
real quick. I'll let Safir go.
When they're asking, how do you ground this?
Yeah, so it's the activity of somebody walking through their moral framework. I'm not saying that it's not already grounded. If it's objectively true to be a moral framework, it's out there already. I guess it's like a little bit of a language hurdle there to say that, yeah, we're going to ground it, but it's just really the activity of walking through what the model looks like.
So, yeah, and so my purpose of bringing this up is hopefully to maybe articulate a better way of approaching it, which would be, instead of saying how do you ground your morality, just a simple shift of language. How do you account for moral facts, objective moral facts that exist? How do you?
So it's the same question with different language. Where is your accountability for this, and where's your base? Because asking where's your base, kind of the same thing. But
yes. So with ontology, we're looking for explanatory scope, but it's in the metaphysical realm. It's not explanatory scope for a hypothesis of like the scientific method. With ontology, let's say, I'm sure everybody here has probably heard the quote, the God hypothesis. Well, the God hypothesis is we have all of these universal abstracts that seem to exist, such as the laws of logic and moral realism or objective moral facts. And we can have an explanatory scope of where we get all of these universals with the God hypothesis, whereas the naturalist, atheist, or agnostic has to appeal to, ironically, brute facts. They just exist, and that's the difference, and that's the upper hand, if you will, for theism is we don't have to settle with all of these brute facts. In other words, they just exist. We actually have an explanatory scope.
We can also just say it's not logically consistent or rigorous or accountable in any means. But I'm not a theist. I don't consider myself a theist. But we can also just say it do be like that sometimes. Killing people is bad just because I say so.
Well,
that's it. You can leave it at that and just leave the call, and that's it.
Yeah, and for transparency, I'm not totally against like Sam Harris's moral landscape. Now, I think that he basically uses the model of good and evil, heaven and hell to come up with his moral landscape, but he stops short of good and evil, heaven and hell. But he gives, an idea with, it's kind of arbitrary, the term, human flourishing. That's how do you define that? But he still gives enough information there that you can argue in circles, for days, trying to show how God accounts for these moral facts, yet, human flourishing doesn't. It's human flourishing is what a lot of moral realists that are naturalists, atheists, agnostics, they'll use some type of human flourishing for, greater humanity or something like that is basically their ground.
So saying this is bad because in the end people will be damaged by it and people know that they'll be damaged by it, so they say it's bad. Is that the human flourishing argument?
Yeah, that, and it's kind of an altruistic argument too, that you know what it's like to suffer. And if you know what it's like to suffer, you ought not cause others who can experience suffering like you do.
So what do you think about TJump's objective morality model?
I'm not a big fan of TJump. I love TJump. I'm friends with TJump. He's a smart cat. I don't like his model because it allows for like rocks and things to do immoral acts who aren't even moral agents. So for example, if you shove somebody out of the way from a falling rock, then you're violating their freedom or free will, or their choice is immoral, but it's less immoral than if you let the rock hit him in the head, and I'm pretty sure, I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that he's stated that, a rock hitting somebody in the head is an immoral act. And so when we start talking about, morality in the sense that non-moral agents can exercise, moral actions, I think we're kind of going a little too far with it.
Yeah, I guess I don't really see a problem with that if it paints a picture for all the moral agents in existence. If it still models something to go towards, I guess. I'm okay with the rocks following it too.
Yeah, I would say if one thing, his moral framework is consistent. I disagree with it, and just because of the time that I've spent in moral philosophy with different, naturalists and theists and non-theists, it's not a framework, which doesn't mean that it's wrong or false. It's not a framework that's ever been posited by others. So it's, kind of like when you bring the new flavor in that nobody's ever really, tasted before, everybody's going to be reluctant to want to taste the new flavor. And it may gain steam over time. I just, at this point, given, classical meta ethics, it seems to be kind of a
really cutting
framework.
So what if you go somewhere in between? Like if you just take a look at like the Euthyphro dilemma, and then you just go based solely, it's sort of like a plus up on Sam Harris's. Instead of using well-being, you just use involuntary imposition of will and choice as sort of the, given a choice to do something or forced to do something, the choice is always better type of thing.
Yeah. Well, first I want to recognize that Scotty is in the house. I haven't talked to Scotty in a while.
How you doing, Eddie?
Yeah, pretty good, man. How you been?
I'm doing good. Fish Socks was asked, said he want to say something. They want to say something.
Well, go ahead, Fish. Yeah.
There's some big voices in here. You guys are doing great, but I want to hear what Fish Socks has to offer.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't.
No worries. You guys are doing great. So, Fish, what'd you want to add?
Maybe their mic is muted. You can move it in and out of the.
They're not muted. They're open. They said they were wondering why nobody was listening to them. So,
I think they probably need to bounce out and come back in because I haven't seen the square light up.
I haven't either yet. So, Fish, if you want to restart your Discord.
I haven't heard him.
Yeah,
there you go.
Is it working now?
There we go.
Yep.
Okay. Let me get my headphones because I unplugged them because my phone was getting a low charge. 1 sec.
Headphones for the win.
Yeah, I'm sitting out here with my iPad, so just listening and enjoying.
Yeah, rub it in. I so bad want a MacBook Pro. I just like.
It's just too damn hot inside the house, so I just thought I'd step outside and enjoy my pipe and enjoy the coolish weather.
You must be in the north.
Nope, I'm in Colorado, but we've been having some hot days, but the nights cools off pretty good.
Colorado. I'm in Arkansas. You couldn't tell by the accent.
Arkansas.
Hey, that's going to be my dad joke for the night. You know that Arkansas is the only state that's mentioned in the Bible, right?
Oh.
Yeah. So when the floods receded and Noah came up and looked over the ark and saw land.
That's good. That's good.
Wah, 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 wah.
I thought it was going to be something about like the ark. What was it? I thought it was going to be something different.
And for the record, I don't believe in a global flood.
Oh, I do.
Why?
Same here.
because God is omnipotent, all powerful. What is good beyond God's power? And also, they have like evidence, of floods everywhere, like in China and all over the place, and
it's a discussion for another day.
I mean, they do, but I feel like some evidence is getting misinterpreted. It's usually one evidence, versus the other guy's evidence.
Are you guys young Earth creationists?
Yeah, I'm a young Earth creationist.
Okay, I'm leaving now. No, I'm just. It's all good, brother. I don't.
Usually want to excuse myself too.
Yeah, no, it's I live by the principle of in essentials, unity, non-essentials, liberty, and all things charity.
But I'm still studying it, and I'm still studying like the chemistry side of it in case any atheist that really knows is I guess geology and the way the Earth is.
You want to know? I used to be a young Earth creationist, but I went to a very legalistic fundamentalist church when I was a child. You know what got me to wondering about young Earth creationism?
What?
There is 1985 or 86 supernova A. It was 164,000 light years away. So it took 164,000 light years, or 164,000 years at the speed of light, for us to see this supernova happening.
Yeah, so, I've heard of that argument before.
Well, no. So yeah, so the it's either that the Earth is older than 6 to 10,000 years, or the God made the world with the appearance of age. And if God made the world with appearance of age, then that makes God a deceiver. And it also causes another conundrum, and that is, how do we know everything wasn't created yesterday with all of the memories and things that we have implanted in our mind?
So is there one more possibility? So if I understand it correctly, this argument is that so the light, so like the time it takes for the light from this particular celestial body to reach the Earth is older than what the scientifically, or whatever, I don't know, somehow validated age of the Earth is, right?
Well, what young Earth creationism would posit is 6 to 10,000 years usually. There's also real quick, I'll let you chime in on it. There's also the issue of trying to trace back genealogies to get to Adam and Eve, and a literal Adam and Eve being the first there's a lot of things there. That's why I was saying it's really a discussion for another day.
Yep. So your question was, how do you know God isn't lying? Right?
How do I know God what?
Was your question, how do you know God isn't lying?
Yeah. Well, it seems to make God a deceiver, because the Bible implores us to look to the heavens for his majesty in creation. Well, if we come away with an overwhelming idea that it's old and it really isn't, then it seems that, if God made it with the appearance of age, it seems that God would be deceiving us.
Well, I mean, the question is just like is the dating, what is the level of dating, like carbon dating? Like, what's the ruler?
Yeah, it's this particular instance isn't necessary on carbon dating when we look at 164,000 light years away. It takes 164,000 years at speed of light to get here. So that kind of kills the 6 to 10,000 years at least. And given, the theory of relativity, we know that, space-time kind of bends around gravitational forces, but it doesn't affect the speed of light.
I wanted to comment on something from earlier, though.
Yeah.
So you were
sorry, I didn't
saying,
mean to-
oh yeah, that's no problem. Like you were saying, like you're kind of sympathetic to like Sam Harris's moral landscape and whatnot. And I don't really see like any reason to be so. Basically from the atheistic, naturalistic perspective, right? We're just molecules and energy in motion, right? We're just biological machines moving around. So, if you or I, if I were to kick a puppy out of malicious intent, I'm just a bunch of molecules getting closer or farther to another bunch of molecules, right? And so everything is just a state of affairs, right? So this is a state of matter, that this is another state of matter, this is another state of matter. And so, my mental state is just another state of affairs. So you, from the atheistic agnostic position, you can't get from an is to an ought, right? You can't get from this is the state of matter to, I ought not kick this puppy. Right?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. The is ought problem is a problem, but the thing is, I'm sympathetic in the sense that there's, and I don't mean this in any disrespect to Sam Harris, but there's enough sophistry there, to tie the argument up, going round and round about what would account for the moral facts. Because he does admit to moral realism, which is a giant step to begin with a lot of naturalists. But the thing is, if God put, basic moral laws on our heart, then everybody has it. So the question is, how do you account for it? Well, that's when we're getting into the ontology of it. So when we have very strong intuitions, we don't necessarily have to account for them. So the argument comes down to, well, we can just explain it better than you can. And that's just not a real powerful argument, in my opinion.
Well, I think the argument is, does good and evil exist whatsoever? And if one does an internal critique within the atheistic worldview, good and evil doesn't exist. Like, we're just molecules moving around.
Yeah, but they have the same intuition that you. Yeah, but they have the same intuition that you do. They just can't account for it like we do. So, I mean, really, you're just saying you have less explanation for it, but I don't think that really gets us far.
No, that's an external critique. To say that they have the same intuition that you or I do is to say that God has engaged in sufficient revelation, right? So that's an external critique to their worldview. I would just say take their worldview, the premises to be true. We're all just molecules moving around, and the question about intuition is irrelevant to a biological machine, right? So if we're all just biological machines, there's no personal accountability because I'm just a product of the external environment. So
is drowning babies wrong, or is it wrong because God said so?
Well, in the Christian worldview, yeah, it's wrong, because God's law is all men and women are accountable to, whether we accept it or not, right? And God created babies; He didn't create them to be abused. But yeah, go ahead, Dark.
Here's a question that I've been asked before, and it's, if God tomorrow said that such and such was wrong, would that then be the new moral standard?
No. Like, God doesn't change. Like, in the Bible, it says God is the same today, tomorrow, and forever. So
that's not true. God changes. He obviously changed his will when he allowed the New Testament to be written, and he stopped saying we should kill our firstborn sons when we're mean to our slaves. So I think there's definitely a contradiction in what you're saying.
So the New Testament, right? That's fulfilling the old covenant. It's not abolishing it. And so also, so the New Testament was predicted, right? So all throughout the Bible, God is constantly promising the Jews that there will be a savior, Emmanuel, God with us. In Passover, the Jews were slaves to the Egyptians, and God, the final plague was the angel of death, and God told the Jews to sacrifice a lamb and put the blood of the lamb on their doorpost. And then if they did that, and it was like an unblemished lamb, they did that, they're covered by the blood of the Lamb on their doorpost, the angel of death would pass over their house, instead of executing their firstborn. So this was very symbolic, right? Pointing right to Jesus Christ. And there's also many other pictures of this in prophecies. So, for example, in Isaiah 53 or Psalm 22, there are predictions about the coming of Jesus. It says that he'll bear our iniquities, by his stripes will be healed, that he'll be pierced for our transgressions, that none of his bones will be broken, that he'll make his grave with the wicked, but be buried with the rich, and they'll gamble for his clothes instead of tearing it. That he'll be a Nazarene, so born in Nazareth, that he'll come from the line of King David, from Abraham, and traces his lineage. So there was, many prophecies that Jesus had to fulfill. And even when Jesus died on the cross, Jesus said, my God, why have you forsaken me? Right. So he was referencing Psalm 22. And if you read Psalm 22, that is referencing Jesus. And so, and it talks about, how he's thirsty, and how there are people around him, and, different things, but, and how they don't tear his garment, but they gamble for it instead. So, it's predicted. It's predicted, and then Jesus fulfills the prediction. So there was no change in God's plan. It was just fulfilled.
So on the morality thing, how would you say that? How much confidence do you have in the moral argument, and is it one of the more important ones, or how much power do you think the moral argument has for the arguments for God?
I think it's very important. I think if one says good exists, then God must exist, because good is to say that there is a standard, right, that applies to everyone, and that requires a moral authority that is above you and above me, to whom we are all accountable to. If there's no standard above you and above me, then I guess I would become the standard, and I'm arbitrary. I can decide child sacrifice is good today, I can decide it's wrong tomorrow. And also all humans are equal to each other, so why would one person's standard be above any other person's, right? It would just be people drawing lines in the sand, right, saying my line is better than your line. But why? Where is the obligation?
I would like to hear the jump that you make from we're just matter and energy and motion, to our inability to reason enough to have some sort of moral framework outside of religion.
So
sure.
Yeah. The question here is to kind of backtrack a bit. Hello, by the way, everybody.
Hello, George. Good to see you.
Yeah, this is me. Long time no see. Thanks. How are you? So let's backtrack a bit, right? Many things have been said on the stream. So the first thing is that atheists cannot account for their moral standards when theists can, right?
Why?
So why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
George is an atheist.
Yeah, he was just. I think he was just.
I think he was just recapping. I don't think he was making a claim. I think he was just recapping.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So unload your gun, Ethernet. Put the stick down. Let him talk.
I have a pebble, not a stick, but it's okay.
Okay. How about
Hold on a second. Did y'all realize TJump was in here for?
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, he jumped in and jumped out. He's, TJump's been kind of encouraging us doing things like this. He doesn't want to be the only one talking. He wants to get everybody else involved, and I think we've got some pretty big hitters showing up here, and I'm really loving seeing it. So
that's why I'm here. I wanted to. Him and I had talked a while back about trying to. I had some of my theist friends join, and they just. I don't know. I think we're all a special breed that likes to come on the Discord and talk, because
Yeah, there's a certain mindset between people who will willing to come in here and put it out there.
Yeah, I saw him there, and I was kind of like, okay, wait a minute, hold up, let me.
He's got the power to jump at any time, so he could have shut us all down. So yeah, I was just waiting for him to make his move. So
he made me a little nervous.
It's like, the boss is here.
Yeah, I've been friends with him for a while, but I mean, he's still, I mean, the guy's brilliant, man. He's, even if people, I disagree with a lot of his points, but
I do too.
Yeah, anybody that can put together the amount of, coherent frameworks that he has without, the the PhDs like a lot of the philosophers have. All the respect in the world.
Agreed.
But anyway,
before we roll on here, Fish Ox, did you ever make it back? All right, rolling on.
What if Fish?
Sorry, George. We kind of shut you down. You sound like you were getting ready to ramp up. So
that's okay.
Hit us with some knowledge, man.
Fire that cannon.
Sure. So, the question is is it your experience that you're speaking from, or it just you've thought about, atheistic arguments so much that you think that atheist people cannot actually but explain their moral systems? That's the question I have. I think Apollotrosis and Eddie were talking about this, but Eddie was actually saying something citing brute facts, but Apollotrosis was the one who was giving out that atheists cannot ground their rationale or moral authority or morality at all.
Yeah. So atheism tends to hold to naturalism, right? Which is to say that they're just molecules and energy in motion, or all that exists is that what you can see, feel, taste, touch, and smell. Now, the problem with saying that you're just molecules and energy moving around, or I'm just molecules and energy moving around, is that all that we have is states of matter, right? We're just molecules and energy. So where do we get good and evil, right and wrong from? It is a molecule being in one position good or evil, or being in another position good or evil? So why is a complex arrangement of them suddenly give rise to, oh, this is right and this is wrong? So basically it's like this, to imagine that we have a bunch of blocks, right, and they're all gray. And so we say, well, if we take these blocks and we arrange them in a triangle, or we arrange them in a square or a circle, well, they'll suddenly become colorful, or they'll become rainbow. But that's not the case, because color is a different property than just being able to arrange blocks, right? So that's what I'm saying with the molecules. Just because we arrange these molecules in different ways, it doesn't mean we get good or evil.
Sure, but I'm talking about morality, though. I'm not speaking about how life was created, right? So, is this again the question? Is this the way that you did not particularly find it convincing as an argument, or you see a contradiction in there?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if we're just molecules in motion or biological robots, there's no good or evil. And that's what atheism entails if one is logically consistent with it. But most atheists are not logically consistent, which is
so you're
fine.
Saying that it is logically consistent, but it is not convincing, right?
What is convincing? What is not convincing?
Convincing for you.
Let me link this together, because you guys are not talking past each other. You're not talking right up to. You're not connecting here.
We're not talking past each other, to be honest.
No, you're not. No, you're not. But so Apollotrosis is leaving out. He's just saying we're matter and energy in motion. How can we even reason some sort of moral framework? And it's just leaving out the ability for humans to build an epistemology. So, you might want to figure out how we first have an epistemology, and then you can get to our moral framework, I guess.
Yeah, we're not touching that. So it was about his personal views, right? I asked him a question if, this morality system is either contradictory or it is not convincing for him. We have to kind of sort of like, I don't know, like narrow it down. So it's either one. So I think it is unconvincing, right, Apollotrosis? Or
well, I would say if we do an internal critique of atheism, like we take everything to be true, like all the premises, if we take naturalism to be true, that we're just molecules in motion, then that necessarily follows that there is no good nor evil, no right nor wrong, just different states of matter, right? That's
how?
my point.
How does that necessarily follow? Because I can state you a possible world or possible scenario where it doesn't right now. So how does that like logically? Okay, you want to So a good and evil could be at least something that we as a humanity perceive, which is either promoting or demoting our position of survival and procreation.
Well, okay. I mean, yeah.
This is one possible. Well, this is one possible scenario, right? I just named it. So,
yeah. I mean, if Dark or Eddie or if anybody wants to continue, feel free.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm
Anybody?
sorry, I was having somebody messaging me. Can you repeat? First, let me throw this out there too for my Christian brothers and sisters that are here. I'm not in apologetics. I'm in philosophy of religion. So when I push back on things or play devil's advocate or things like that, that's what we do, pretty much on a daily basis. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm like teaming up with atheists and, attacking brothers and sisters. I want, Christians to have a more coherent view and to attack at the most important arguments or points and not so much the smaller ones that aren't really talked about in, academia. But go ahead, George. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure. Yeah, I don't think you were teaming up with us because we are all the same team. So it does not matter. We are the people who try to find the truth. So at the end of the day, so we're the same team. The question was that for Apollotrosis, that he made a claim basically about atheists not being able to ground their morality or explaining the morality. I don't remember the exact wording he used. That's why I don't want to, strawman him. So then we went to like me asking a question, as in like, how do you think so? Is it logically contradictory or is it not convincing for him? And he said it would be contradictory towards like matter, energy, and motion. As in, if that is true and that is all of our nature, then there is no good and evil. And then I explained that, okay, there can still be explanations, right? How like we could still be like matter, energy, and motion, and still have morality, right? As in, we can explain like good and evil problem, as in like good and evil are just promotions or demotions of your survival and procreation in life or in existence.
Yeah, my position on it is, I don't know if you're in here earlier when I stated that I particularly am not a big fan of the moral argument, because if scripture says that, God has written, his law on man's heart, then one, in philosophy, if you have, and you're probably familiar with this, George, if you have, an intuition, it's not, for those that aren't familiar with what intuition is, it's not just a feeling. Intuition is like a seeming that you have. And in the absence of defeaters for that seeming, and you're trying to fulfill your epistemic duty to find defeaters, then you're justified in holding to what seems to be true to you. It's kind of like phenomenal conservatism. So if God has written his law on man's heart, and we all have a sense of right, of, a basic right and wrong, I just don't find it very powerful that one side says, well, we can explain why we have that sense, and the other one doesn't, because at the end of the day, the epistemic position that we know certain things are wrong, it still holds true. I mean, we can look at like the UK, which is heavily secular, and they still don't go and just kill people for the fun of it and things like that. We still have that intuition. So it's kind of like a lot of theists, want to, have their cake and eat it too, in the sense that they want to say that you know what's right and wrong because God's written it on your heart, but you can't account for it. Therefore, and I'm like, wait a minute. If it's written on our hearts, then that means we all have some sense, barring mental illness or just flat out evil people. We all have some sense of what's right and wrong, and nations can flourish without having to ground that right and wrong. And so I personally don't find the moral argument very convincing, and wouldn't use. The only time I would ever use the moral argument is if I'm making like an abductive case for God from the metaphysical arguments from God, and trying to get to a personal God. That's the only time I think that it's really important, is to show that if a God exists, then it's a personal God, and here's the reason why. I don't think that it's a position that theists necessarily have a higher ground on. Yes, it helps with the explanatory scope of as far as ontology goes, but we don't have to have ontology to practice right and wrong. Even if we can't say something is right or wrong or evil or good, we don't have that measurement for it. We still have the colloquial use of good and bad.
The only thing I'll say
to agreed on that. Like, sure. At the end of the day, yes, you can possibly arrive at a coherent, logical argument about morality and God together. Yes, that is correct. But you can also do it without a God as well. The question at the end of the day is if that argument from either side is convincing for you, right? If you find any moral argument which is logically consistent, right, not particularly convincing, at the end of the day, it is okay. It is really okay. But to say or to make a claim that says, you cannot explain morality, right, from atheistic standpoint, kind of feels like bogus to me. But agreed.
Can I just add one thing? Just one thing to Eddie's rebuttal real quick, and I'll step back. But I think the only contention I have is that for any atheist that's gone through and thought, more than just a little bit about their framework, is that they won't only use intuition as the only tool in the tool belt for their, to build their framework.
That's correct.
No. I agree completely. I was taking it to, the most basic level. I'm not saying that intuition is the only justification. I'm just saying that if Scripture says that, God has written the moral law on man's heart, then naturally there's going to be at least an intuition for most normal people. And so we're kind of like starting, at that point and trying to reason to how we get to where we're at. So we kind of had the same starting point. And that's why I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, there are naturalistic, ontologies for morality, and I'm not, that wasn't my intention. I was trying to go more at the basic level. If we're going to say that God has written, the moral law on man's heart, then, I mean, intuition in the absence of defeaters alone is enough to be justified. So that's why I don't think it's such a, I mean, we can always go a step further and, posit an ontology for it, whether it be in human flourishing or, whichever kind of secular moral realism that, someone holds to. You can always, find a naturalistic ontology for it. Ontology is not only, exclusive to theists.
Sure. So, ontologically speaking, right, to ground something means to get to some root of the factor or of the problem or whatever. And the colloquial definition of intuition would be something like the ability to understand something instinctively, right, without the need of conscious reasoning. So, we arrive at a possible scenario which we have already described many times before throughout the history of human life, that we humans are pattern recognizing machines, right? Even when it comes to intuition, it depends, and it is based on our past experience and past knowledge about some things, right? If you have actually seen, well, let's say we are all grown-ups and every day we see each other, like not each other, sorry, we see that sun rises up every morning, right? Now we intuitively, right, have that knowledge and instinctively have that knowledge that sun rises up every morning, right? So that could be explained by intuition. So intuition, the root of the intuition is the knowledge that you have already gathered, throughout your life. And it could be genetical knowledge as well. Genetical as in your ancestors came up to a knowledge, some knowledge, and that could be passed down to you as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. The only contention I would have is the use of knowledge, in the what you were talking about, because knowledge itself is an epistemic field that is highly contested and controversial. So, colloquially speaking, I wouldn't, just on colloquial terms, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you. So, I don't find any issue with that stance at all. Again, just reiterating that I don't think that the moral argument is very powerful at all. I think it's a, cog in the machine, trying to make an abductive case for a personal creator. But one could very well be a deist and not hold to, an ontology of God grounding moral facts. So it's, and just so you understand my position, I would be a deist first and then a Christian, because I'm a probabilist, evidentialist, Bayesian epistemology, and to me, it's about what seems more probable, or at least more probable hypothesis, even if it's not, over 0.5, if it's still the higher hypothesis, then that's what I'm gonna go with. So when I think about God existing, I think given, the set of metaphysical arguments for God, that a God exists, I'm just convinced that it's more probable that the Christian God is that God that exists. And I also recognize my own, bias for being raised in the West and the heavily Christian influence on this nation. And, so I take all that into account. I'm less certain about Jesus being God, and more and more confident in there being a God. So that's why I don't think that there is an argument that gets you to God. I think you have to make an abductive case. And the same thing with atheism is it's going to be, an abductive case. I don't think there's one atheistic argument that gets you to atheism.
You're not a priest, so that's good to hear.
Lord, no. No. If there's any pre-suppers here, I love you. I love you, but I absolutely loathe presuppositional apologetics.
That's very good to hear. Basically, sure. But the question about the morality and moral arguments, well, particularly your moral standpoint would be, do you find it convincing, right, the God's moral factor, or you just believe in the God, so the moral aspect as well must be true? Which one is it?
Yeah, I hold to moral realism, that moral facts exist, that to drown a baby for the fun of it is a true or false statement. And I think that given the ontology of moral facts is better explained by theism, but I don't think that atheism lacks an explanation for it. So to me, the moral part of it would be what convinces me that the God or the cosmic consciousness or what it is that exists is a personal what it is that exists. But I think that if I didn't think that a cosmic consciousness or intellect or something like a God existed, I would have no reason to think that moral facts lead to a God. That's why
no disagreements there.
Yeah, that's why I'm sympathetic to atheistic arguments for moral realism, is because I think it's just, my theism doesn't hinge on, moral realism. We could come up with a very robust explanation for moral realism on an atheistic worldview. And then, I would have to kind of step back and reevaluate the personal or the, personalness, if that's a word, for the deity that I believe exists. I think Christianity still gets us to a personal deity, but there's not one argument that theism for me hinges on. Although I will say the modal contingency argument is the single most convincing, but I don't think that gets us necessarily to, the God of classical theism off the top.
Sure. Again, no disagreements there as well.
Yep. And given the problem of evil and suffering, considering the amount of suffering that my family and I have faced throughout the years, I am extremely sympathetic to the evidential argument for evil and suffering. I take it very seriously because there's been quite a few points in my life I'm like, I would rather not believe that God exists. And, we went through the tragedies that we went through knowing that a God exists. So it's one of those things that, we get to choose some of our beliefs, and some of them, we find ourselves convinced of. And with God, that's just kind of how, it's been with me, is there's not a conscious moment that I thought, okay, I'm going to believe in God. I just kind of had this, intuition, if you will, that something existed, though I had many, many, many doubts throughout the years. And that's where the metaphysical arguments for God comes in, that solidifies, my position as a theist, because I am thoroughly convinced by them that something exists. But, given the problem of evil or the evidential problem of evil and suffering, and what we've had to deal with as a family has been extremely tough.
Sure.
And you can take that to the bank.
So with all your suffering, do you contest that there is a God or there isn't a God?
There is a God, but one that I admittedly really, really don't understand. There's been so many times that that's like I was saying, that, that's one of the beliefs I didn't really consciously come to believe, which totally could be from, my upbringing, indoctrination in the church, or mom's constant talking about God and Jesus. And even though I love her to death, but she was a terrible mom, and not a practicing Christian. But, we accept so many things from authoritative figures. And it can be one of those things that, we kind of build intuition through experience in life, most impressionably as children. And I've never came to, although, like I said, I've had many doubts, I've never just consciously said, okay, I'm going to believe God exists. It's one of those things. I went to a very fundamentalist, legalistic church as a young child. And I was raised by a single mother with an often abusive home, and ended up in the streets as a teenager with gangbangers and everything else, and didn't really care about whether God existed, never thought about it. If somebody asked me, I would have said I was a Christian, but I didn't know the first thing about Christianity or other than Jesus. And it wasn't until I got married and had my first child that I really started to kind of ponder these things and think about it. And like I was telling the guys earlier about the young earth creationism, when I got challenged on it and really started digging into it and loving science and everything, and seeing a lot of things didn't pan out with the literal interpretation of scripture, everything I had taken for granted as being true, I went through an entire deconstruction. My whole worldview just crumbled, and I became agnostic for a short while. And that's actually what started my venture into studying, all the mainstream world religions, which landed me in the philosophy of religion. And that's where I've been last 10 or 12 years, is in the philosophy of religion, trying to, as objectively as possible, evaluate arguments for and against God. Because there's been many a times in my life that I've had tons of doubt. But it's just one of those innate things that I haven't been able to unconvince myself of. And, everybody that's here is fully aware of the human psyche and how it works, and it just, no matter at the times how bad I didn't want to believe, I couldn't make myself not convinced of something. So I don't, at the end of the day, I don't fault anybody that's atheist, agnostic, or anything like that, because, you know, I've been right on that line myself many a times, and I can absolutely understand how the evidential argument for suffering and evil and, you know, just looking at the disorder in the world and looking at, you know, if this omni God exists, how we can see the atrocities of humanity. It's, you know, I totally get it. Some of my best friends are atheists because, you know, we see eye to eye on so many things. At the end of the day, they're just not convinced, and I'm not unconvinced.
When you say the scripture, you say that singularly. What scripture are you talking about?
When I was talking about scripture, I was talking more of an internal critique with the other Christians that were in here.
So when you're quoting scripture, it's not that you necessarily have one specifically that is the spoken word of God.
Well, I think that, well, here's my take on scripture. I think that, so just to give a little background, I've done a lot of study recently into Jewish theology and Jewish metaphysics, and it is so foreign to what Western Christianity is. And so when I see a lot of these concepts that Western conservative Protestant Christians and even some of the Orthodox churches, how much Greek philosophies and metaphysics has shaped the orthodoxies in the church. When we go back to the Jewishness of Jesus and the Jewishness of the New Testament, there's a lot of things that we miss or aren't really interpreted 100% accurately, or seems to be that way according to how it's taught. So I don't hold to scripture. Infallibility to me just means that the meta narrative of scripture is what's infallible. It's the unfolding of the fall of man and the redemptive history leading up to Christ and who Christ was. I don't hold to inerrancy like a lot of conservative Protestants that do. As a matter of fact, Catholics don't hold to inerrancy of scripture. Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, very few Orthodox churches, or none that I know of, hold to inerrancy of scripture. That's kind of a Western evangelical thing, because it's hard to hold to inerrancy the way they do when we're translating, you know, ancient languages into modern understanding. You can only translate the concepts as we have knowledge of those cultures. So we're not going to totally understand everything that was meant by the cultures at the time. And there's a lot of historical and cultural context that's missing from the way that Western Christianity holds to scripture. So I think that the Bible, in essence, I think there's probably a lot of writings that should or could be part of the Bible that just aren't. I think that the bare minimum is what was decided on, but it's not where we should stop. And when we start looking at, you know, like the Gospel of Thomas and possibly the Book of Enoch, there's a lot of things in there that's not very synergistic. And we look at Jewish theology and the cultural context and all of this, we can, you know, derive an understanding First of all, Jewish metaphysics, that most of them didn't believe in the soul. Most of them didn't believe in hell. They believed in Sheol, which was translated, well, many times it's used as literally just the grave, and then other times it's used as the realm of the dead. And then we take the English Bible, and everywhere that Sheol was replaced with Hades from Greek, and the English Bible, it's all translated hell. And then when you start looking at, the history of how our idea of hell came into view, it's totally foreign to Jewish theology and metaphysics. So to them, the Messiah was someone to deliver Israel and deliver and bring peace to all nations through Israel. There wasn't all of this, this apocalyptic and eschatological views that we hold in Western Christianity. So when you look at like the oral Torah along with the written Torah, and you look at, like, now I'm reading Maimonides, who was one of the single greatest philosophers of Judaism, and one of the reasons that he's followed by so many Jews today and after his writings is because he makes sense out of a lot of the mysticism and things that kind of crept into it. So I think scripture is very important as a history for the Israelites being called out of the world and starting the redemptive plan of God leading up to Christ. And I think it's very important as history to make sure we don't repeat some of the atrocities that was committed in the Old Testament. I don't think they were all commanded by God. And looking at the New Testament, I don't think every word of the New Testament is inerrant in any way. I think there's lots of inconsistencies there, but it doesn't mean that we can't garner, the overall message that's there. And I'm not an exclusivist either. I think that according to scripture and tradition in the early churches, or even before the early churches, most Christians were either universalists or annihilationists or conditional immortality. And this idea of eternal torment is, one, it's very little biblical support, and two, there's no historical support to it at all. And so given that, I mean, even the Catholic Church, most people they're shocked when they find out that the Catholic Church is not exclusivist either. They think that those outside of the Catholic Church who hasn't had witness or whatever, this, that, or the other, are just those who are part of the church who wasn't privy to being a part of the church, like Hindus and Muslims and all kinds of different, religions. It doesn't make sense that if God's all good, that because somebody grows up in a Hindu nation, and they live out the cultural practices and religion that they were taught, that somehow they're going to be condemned. I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all to me.
It just, I don't know. It just seems like so you were saying that, like, the lessons leading up to Jesus are the ones that you try to pull from as many books as reference that, right?
What do you mean by lessons leading up to Jesus?
Well, you said like the lessons, like the general story of the fall of man, and then the benefit of like the Jewish beliefs and everything leading up to the coming of the Messiah. So those are the ones you tend towards, like the religious books that speak about that.
No. So my position is that you cannot read the Old Testament and get to Jesus. You're just not going to find Jesus. But after the life, death, and resurrection of Christ, if you go back through the Old Testament, you'll see an extraordinary amount of typological prophecy and parallels and foreshadowings of Christ. I mean, to the point that it's, if you haven't ever studied typological prophecy, even if you're an atheist, I would still say it is fantastic to take a look at, because the amount of parallels and foreshadowings leading up to Christ is phenomenal.
Well, how do you explain the multiple Christ stories in history?
Such as,
like, a lot of different beliefs have a person that is very similar to Christ before the like Christian religious belief, like the Egyptian belief system had a Christ-like figure, and like other people like Zoroaster's, just in general, it seems like most people have this piece of mythology that they keep grabbing from each other, and it's just like, what about this one in the Christian mythology is so special?
Yeah, that's kind of Robert Price's and Richard Carrier's positions, and I disagree with them completely. They're, no offense to them, I've actually had both of them on my show, but they are the extreme fringe in academia. It doesn't mean that it's false, but when I look at academic consensus on historical things and scientific things, and I'm not saying that historical consensus is equal to scientific census, but I do put a lot of stock into the experts on it. Their positions are really extreme, and when you really look at a lot of the things they posit as similarities, if you actually go and look at these stories that they're talking about similarities, there's a lot more that's not similar than what they claim to be similarities. But on that note, I don't think that it's totally devoid of different myths, because we humans tend to write stories and things of that nature based on the reality and knowledge that they have. So, I mean, if there's a Roman, I think it was a Roman emperor maybe, or it was a military leader or something, I can't remember his name, but even with him, they talked about him being born of a virgin birth and, these different things. So we have to take into account, the people and the stories and the mythologies and things that surrounded them. But at the same time, if you really understand Second Temple Judaism and how legalistic they were and how very dogmatic they were about not mingling with the mythological cultures around them, I mean, they took a lot of effort to make sure that their doctrines and things weren't, distorted or tainted by a lot of the mythologies that was around at the time.
Well, but that's like the problem with that is that if people hear things enough, which the story of Jesus happens a lot of times, especially around the Mediterranean and the syncretism between those cultures, it's kind of unavoidable to start forming your own mythology that pulls out of things. Like, you can't separate yourself from the earlier myths.
Do you think, I mean, do you not think that there was a historical Jesus?
I think that it's probably a rhetorical device.
Why? But with that being an extreme fringe position in academia, why would you hold that position?
I don't think it's a extreme fringe.
But it is. There's literally a handful of people that are qualified in the entire world that hold to mythicism.
Can I ask, why is that relevant?
Yeah, that's extremely relevant. If we're
no, why is the existence of Jesus relevant at all?
Oh, I wouldn't be a Christian if Jesus didn't exist. It's extremely relevant.
No, I mean, the problem is the existence of a person isn't relevant. It's the extraordinary stuff about the person that's relevant.
And that's one of the conversations I usually have with atheists who lean towards mythicism is we can totally disagree on the supernatural claims and, miracles and things of that nature. But there's no reason to deny a historical Jesus as a rabbi in that time, given the amount of evidence that we have for, even Richard Carrier, who calls himself a mythicist, when you look at his Bayesian analysis, actually comes out pretty decently high that Jesus existed as a rabbi and the person that of the New Testament. He just gives alternate explanations, about.
I would just grant it for the sake of argument and then move on from there, because it doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is you just admitting, and I think that's a very important point, Rad, is we don't. There's no sense, and you don't give a single inch to Christianity or theism by saying that Jesus as a rabbi and leader and teacher existed. You don't have to admit that, these supernatural things happened or miracles or things of that nature. It's just not a hill to really die on.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you do understand why some people might not find it reasonable to believe in it or something. It doesn't matter either way. That's my point.
Yeah.
It's like, did Jesus write any of his own teachings?
No, but I don't think that's relevant.
So when were the teachings of Jesus written down in relation to when the person lived?
Well, Paul's writings are dated back to the 50s. And Jesus purportedly, most believe he died around 33 AD. So we're talking about within 20 years or less, which is phenomenal in ancient history. We don't have anything near that close for most historical figures. And then if you evaluate Paul's letters further, so if you take Paul, it's six of Paul's letters are considered authentic even by skeptical scholars or critical scholars. And Paul tells them that he brought them the gospel that was taught to him. And on the road to Damascus was 3 years after the crucifixion of Christ. So he became a convert within 3 years of Christ being crucified and was taught the gospel and gave it to, I believe it, Galatians or Corinthians. I don't remember which one it was, the church at Corinth. And he says that he brought them what was taught to him. And then 7 years later, even went back to Jerusalem to make sure that the gospel he was preaching was still the gospel that was being taught. So within 14 years, he's gone back to Jerusalem where Peter and James is still there at ground zero. So we can get within 10 years of the resurrection of Christ, or the alleged resurrection of Christ, the death of Christ, with just Paul alone. I mean, that's extraordinarily close to the events. And then Mark is usually dated anywhere from the 50s to the 70s, which is still within the same generation. And then we have an unbroken chain of bishops from the apostles to today in the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. They argue over which one the bishops belong to at the time, but we have, Polycarp's writings, we have Ignatius, we have all kinds of writings within the same time, and then a continuous writing afterwards. So it's not like there was this huge gap and all of a sudden Christianity blew up. I mean, there's direct lines that we can trace all the way back to the apostles.
I'm interested in a bit of a different topic, though. So if no one is going to answer, and I just have like a baseline questions about, like, for example, is God a brute fact?
No.
What's the difference between a necessary fact and a brute fact?
The necessary being is based off of the PSR, the principle of sufficient reason. And the idea of brute facts is in the alternate perspective of the principle of sufficient reason. So the reason as a Christian, my show is called Brute Facts, is because the years I've spent in philosophy of religion, I wouldn't say ironically, a lot of atheistic arguments end with brute facts. And so I just thought it would be irony to have a Christian with brute facts. But yeah, the whole idea of brute facts was developed in contrast to like the contingency argument, because with the principle of sufficient reason, you'll have people push back. It says when you get to a necessary foundation of reality, then that necessary foundation itself is just a brute fact. Kind of like Graham Oppy talks about the initial conditions of the universe is the necessary foundation of reality. But if you posit anything further, it's just a brute fact. And while saying something is a brute fact is not technically question begging, it's skirting along the same lines, because it's saying it just exists. Well, why does it exist? It just exists. It's very, very close to begging the question.
Sorry, I still don't understand what's the difference between saying God just exists and the universe just exists, or the cosmos.
Well, because it's not saying that God just exists. So if you take the contingency argument, let's just take a basic form of the contingency argument. Everything in the universe that we know is contingent. In other words, it could have been otherwise. It doesn't have to be. It's not necessarily the way that it is. It could have been different.
Can I stop you there? Sure, I agree with that, but you would distinguish between the elements within a set and the set itself, right?
Well, yeah, you can't. Yeah, but the thing is, when you start talking about a set of contingent things, then you're getting into the territory of the set of contingent things being. It's Josh Rasmussen actually wrote a paper about the danger, because used to, some theists would say the set of contingent things needs a necessary explanation. But when you get into a set of them, you end up with I think it's a type of circular reasoning or something. So that's why if you look at Rasmussen's work, you'll see that he talks about contingent things themselves and not the set of contingency. Because originally it was argued, this set of contingency needs a necessary explanation. But then you start arguing about, different ideas of set theory, and you end up in a type of, I believe it's circular reasoning. I don't remember the charge that was made. So that's why now you'll see that it's a lot simpler stated, like with the modal contingency, that, there are everything in the universe is contingent, and something contingent can explain the contingency, lest you have an infinite regress. So there has to be a necessary something, which is why even Graham Oppie accepts necessary something.
Yeah, but so when everything is contingent in the universe, that doesn't mean that the universe itself is contingent.
Yeah, but the universe is contingent. It could have been otherwise.
Well, sorry, the cosmos itself, the everything. So everything.
Yeah, it could have been otherwise.
The cosmos could be otherwise, but the cosmos itself could not be.
Well, that's just arguing for the universe being a necessity.
Yeah. Because that's what my point is. I don't understand the difference between this and the brute fact.
Yeah. So if everything that exists was the necessity, then how do you explain the initial conditions? Like there was a time.
Our universe.
Yeah, the initial conditions of the universe. So in order to have something that's not contingent, like Locke argues, it can't have a beginning. If there's a beginning, then it's contingent. So it can't be, the universe can't be necessary because it had a beginning.
Okay.
So to just say, in other words, that's what, if you haven't seen the Oppie and Locke debate, I highly recommend it. It's a very good exchange. I love Graham Oppie. He's literally one of my favorite philosophers. I don't care if he's atheist or not. He is a gentleman and a genius.
But so I'm still interested, like, in just some baseline questions, because okay, let's say we kind of figured this out with the necessity and whatever. I kind of get the idea here, although I don't agree with it, obviously. But
no, that's fair.
Can you have an infinite not necessarily regress, but like, for example, when you're asked about justifying something, can you go infinitely in the justification chain, do you think, as an option?
Intuitionally, I lean towards like Craig's argument that we can conceptually have an infinity, but to actualize an infinity doesn't seem possible, because, let's say we have, like he talks about, we have an infinite distance. If somebody says take off walking an infinite distance, you'll never get to the end of it, because you can always add another step to it. If we're talking about
how I'm thinking about justification, you just go one more step.
Yeah. So, but I do now, there is some pretty good pushback on infinities as far as infinity in the future. Say grant the universe had a beginning, then you could still have, like an infinite in the future. Now, like Craig would argue that you can't really have an infinity because you could never get to the end of infinity. You could always add more time to it. But if we make that argument, then how does heaven exist? I mean,
that would be a problem for you guys, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying is if we make that argument, then, are we just conceptually talking about heaven or,
that's the way I look at infinity as a conceptual analysis tool. Mm-hmm. It's not something that we actually think exists in reality. I don't think so. So, for example, we could say that in distance between zero, between our current position and 1 meter, we have an infinite amount of points. We can still cross it. It's not like an actual infinite in reality. It's just a concept that we have in our brain.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the areas that I've been wanting to do more study myself is in the, idea of infinity, because the more I love physics and I love quantum mechanics, and I've always been an A theory guy basically because of intuition, but B theory lines up with so many different models of physics in the universe, and which also Aristotle and even up to Aquinas also granted that there was a possible eternal universe. So when a lot of theists today want to hinge on the Kalam is another one I'm not a big fan of, because you're mixing metaphysics with physics, and it's yes, we can run Newtonian physics or classical physics back to a certain point, to a singularity, and then we have quantum mechanics where or quantum physics where we're trying to figure out how we had the initial expansion. But it's very possible that it's hard because like the typical laws, like the law of thermodynamics, law of entropy, and all of that, it doesn't make sense when we get down to the quantum level.
They break down,
we're still in the infancy of it, so we can't really make a whole lot out of it. So that's why I'm not a big fan of the Kalam. I'm more of a fan of Aquinas's pure act or Aristotle's unmoved mover, because Aristotle actually believed in an eternal universe, and Aquinas actually granted that an eternal universe was possible. And I think a lot of theists die on that hill of the Kalam today. And the most that it gets you is a first cause. It doesn't get you to God.
I find it interesting that you made the distinction between physics and metaphysics. Do you think that metaphysics is within reality, or how do you what's the distinction there?
Yeah, well, with ultimately, when we reduce the physical down far enough, we're going to end up in metaphysics. But the metaphysics is just the abstract things, the non-physical that underlies reality. It's really just another avenue of explanation for, the old adage, why is there something rather than nothing? Why do we want to know, through science and things? Why do we have this ambition to learn about our universe? And it's because, let's say no God exists. I mean, why are we making all these technological advances and science and things for future generations? It doesn't seem to really, we can see ways that we want our children and grandchildren to have a better world, but ultimately it's why are we even concerned with what happens 200 years from now? You know,
the ultimate question.
So,
do you think that induction trumps deduction or the other way around?
Oh no, I'd prefer deduction any day, but I don't think I don't attack. I mean, I love science, so I would most definitely rather have a posteriori knowledge about things, about how we experience and test things. And I believe it or not, I'm a skeptic by nature. I do believe we have a priori truth, and I do believe rationalism can get us to some truths, but I would much prefer posteriori knowledge.
In your opinion, you would say that, so for example, the thing that I don't understand in deduction is you have to somehow establish the premises, right? And I don't think you can establish them through other deduction methods. I don't think that's possible. How do you establish them to be in reality and not something imaginary?
Oh, in deduction? Yeah. That, well, that's going to come down to one's epistemology. So I believe we have a priori knowledge prior to investigation. Yeah, prior to investigation. For example, and I'm not talking about solipsism, but we believe that we exist. We have knowledge that we exist. And although some would argue that that's through perception, which is empirical, there's not.
That's the route I'd go.
Yeah, but there's not really a way to prove or justify. We have to kind of accept it as like an axiom that.
I would push back against that. I wouldn't agree with that. Don't you think, or let me ask you this, do you think that the only way to know stuff is through a chain of reasoning, or can you also gain knowledge through experience?
No. Yeah, I try to balance between rationalism and empiricism. I don't think that pure rationalism gets us to all the knowledge we can have, and I don't think empiricism gets us to all the knowledge we can have. I think that it's a balance between the two, because we have to start with things like I exist, other minds exist, and there's no way we can put that through the scientific method to show that that's actually true, because it could all be.
I would just say that the scientific method is the induction that we're talking about.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I would say that in the scientific method, we basically use the induction most of the time.
Yes. Well, but there is, and I hate to even really bring this up because it seems like,
go for it.
Somebody's attacking science, and I'm not. But there is the problem of induction.
I heard about that, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So, okay. Let's just a super basic example. Let's say that induction is reasoning from the specific to the general, and deduction is reasoning from the general to the specific. Well,
I don't know if I would agree with that, but okay.
No, that is the structure of it. I mean, that's not controversial. That is how it's defined. Okay. So, for example, deduction is let's take a basic argument. If both premises are true, the conclusion has to be true. You can only take issue with one of the premises. You would have to find a reason why one of the premises aren't true. But with induction, it's based on experience. So all we need is one example to counter that experience. So let's say we use induction to reason that all swans are white. Okay, well, we can test that by looking at 1,000 swans and never seeing any other color swan. And somebody else can look at that and say, yeah, that's all we have is white. And then somebody else can look at it and we can test it and we can repeat it. And then we can say, hey, we know that all swans are white. But now there's a black swan. So now one black swan is a defeater for the truth that all swans are white. Do what?
No. That's I wouldn't say that. So I don't understand what the problem is, because if you just see a black swan,
I haven't finished.
You would just. Oh, sorry.
So now, if we find one black swan, then it's not true that all swans are white. So how can we say that we had knowledge of something that's not true?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, so that's why I love being a probabilist, because I can say that my beliefs are held in degrees of confidence. So to me, if we see 1,000 swans that are white and we never see a black one, then I have a high degree of confidence that that's probably true, and I can count that as knowledge. But if we find a black swan, I can say, well, we had, a great amount of evidence that all swans were white, and we were justified in holding that position. But now that we know there's a black swan, we need to abandon that as knowledge and readjust our confidence in the belief that all swans are white.
Ray, Corey, do you mind if I say something?
Sure, go for it.
Eddie, what's going on, dude? Nice to talk to you again.
What's up, bud?
So obviously I'm going to concede that the problem of induction is real and that we don't have a solution for it, or at least we don't have a convincing solution.
By the way, I don't concede that.
Hey, just real quick though, before you go on.
Well, I mean, obviously, the presuppositionalists would claim that they have a solution for it, but it's not a convincing solution for it by any reasonable
bringing it up.
Standard. Yeah. No, obviously, I'll concede that too. But I just found it was interesting before when you said that you like, I don't remember exactly how you said it, but you said like you liked deduction more than you liked induction or something. Like, I would understand if someone said they found it more convincing, but I mean, induction and inference, and I said this the other day, like most of our lives are lived by induction and inference. Like, if I mean, you don't have a deductive proof for the fact that you like woke up this morning or that your name is Eddie, or like, I mean, these are things that you just take inductively and consider to be knowledge based on your inductive experience. So I'm like confused that you find deduction so much more compelling than induction. Like, do you have anything to say on that?
Well, actually, no, that's actually a very fair point. You're absolutely correct that most of what we count as knowledge is experientially based. The reason I said I would prefer deduction is because if we have a valid and sound argument for something, if I could find a valid, that's all I meant by it. But yeah, you're absolutely correct.
So you find it more convincing, and yeah, I would probably agree too. Obviously,
yeah. Just if we could, which it's not possible, because you're absolutely right that most everything that we count as knowledge is experiential. You know what I'm saying? Based and totally. I would totally concede that point. You're absolutely right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the main topic that y'all are talking about?
Anything and everything, as long as you keep your shirt on.
All right, cool. So you said that you're basically a probabilist, right?
Yes.
You have. Oh, okay. In what are the two branches do you place that? Do you place that under the umbrella of induction, or are you saying that that's deduction?
Oh man, you come out with a freaking fastball, man. I guess, I guess it would have to be. Well, actually, if you make a probabilistic argument in logic, it is considered an inductive argument. So it would have to be induction.
Yeah, that's what I would say. And there's one thing that I thought that you maybe left out, maybe not intentionally, when you described the two branches of logic, and you talked about general to particular and particular to general, and then you talked about the guaranteed conclusion from the premises and deduction, and then you talked about the single case being the defeater for the inductive argument, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, in the basic example.
Right. Yeah. And so, see, to me, this actually isn't a problem if we're actually doing induction. So inductive conclusions, they don't follow with guarantee the way that a deductive conclusion follows. They only follow with strength or probability, whatever the heck that means. It's not always mathematically rigorous, especially when we're talking about philosophical induction. The one case is only a defeater for a deductive argument, because then it means that the conclusion doesn't follow with necessity from the premises. But if we have that one black swan and all we had was an inductive argument about the probability of most swans being white, that actually doesn't even necessarily go against the strength of the probability of the inductive argument. Do you see what I'm saying? And so when you say that, like, you are a probabilist with your views, to me that's inductive, and that's perfectly fine. So, and I wonder why anyone would. Now, I know Payne brought this up. I wondered why anyone would have a preference of one of these two branches of logic over the other, because their strengths and weaknesses are almost complete opposites of each other, such that you cannot have one. You cannot properly function without having both of them. And so, if anything, I think when people are too married to things like deduction, it's usually when someone favors one, it's usually that they favor deduction. It's probably because they have some presuppositions about obtaining some absolute or objective method by which they can acquire soundness. And to me, that's maybe a misunderstanding of the device that is deduction. But you don't seem to have this problem, because you say that your knowledge is probabilistic, and you know that you only have degrees of confidence which can be adjusted when information changes. Is that right?
Yeah, and that's an absolute fair assessment. You are correct. While I said I prefer deductive, I preface it earlier with that I try to balance between rationalism and empiricism, but that's absolutely correct. That's a good assessment of it.
And see, although I know that, although anyone who knows the two branches, they know that, like, one isn't actually better than the other. They're both lacking things. Like, deduction doesn't tell you anything new, and induction, it tells you things that are new, but it's less reliable. I will say, like, for myself, I tend to be a rationalist just based on affinity. So I don't think rationalism is better than induction. It's just that I'm better with rationalism. That's my skill.
So refreshing to hear someone say that. Like, so often you hear people championing deduction as if it's like the only form of gaining knowledge, when in actuality, induction and deduction are just different modes of reasoning. There's no, like, winner between the two. It's really nice to hear someone.
Yeah, and I think Gasper actually brought up a very good point when you in one that I failed to realize at the moment was like, when you make an inductive argument, you have weak and strong. You don't have valid and sound. So given that, I mean, it is, at the base of it, a probabilistic argument. And that's pretty much, I think he made a very good point that that's pretty much how we live our lives and account for most of our knowledge. So while I do on the surface let me preface it with, I'm a very analytical person and a mathematical person. So if I can get something into an equation where the answer is more certain than another, I'm more comfortable with that. But I think you brought up a very fantastic point that alluding back to initially what I had said, but seemed to not put as much stock into trying to be a balance of empiricism and rationalism. But I'd agree wholeheartedly. It's two different methods of reasoning.
And the way I interpreted it, Eddie, was when you said that you I just interpreted it as you enjoying deductive arguments as in a point of process. It's interesting combing through syllogisms and stuff like that. That I would actually probably
now if we're talking about just flat out epistemology, logic, and that's my jam. But it's but I'm with you all the way. I think you pointed out a very good point, and that is that in practicality or pragmatism, or pragmatic nature, we use induction and abduction more than we do deduction on a daily basis to accept things that are true or what we count as knowledge. So I think you brought up a extremely important and fantastic point.
Yeah, I guess in many times, if I may, sorry, many times it may be even unavoidable. So, for example, all you, excuse me. Hey, nice to see you, by the way, Eddie.
You too, man. It's been a while.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember talking to you. Yeah.
Cool. So it's unavoidable in the sense that, let's say if you say all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, so Socrates is mortal. In order for you to know the premises or validate the premises, you will have to look in the world through empiricism to know that men are mortal. And that's, you can have empirical premises in your deductive argument. So in many times it may be unavoidable because you cannot prove even simple things with deduction, like an apple exists, for example. You cannot prove that.
Yeah, but we do have, and you may disagree with the analytic and synthetic distinction. And, with analytic statements, they're true by definition, and that I absolutely love it. I just fall all over it. It's about as close to certainty as I think we can get.
Well, okay. Look, I agree with what Master says, and I agree with what you say about the analytic statement. However, I don't know if they are actually at conflict because, okay, so let's take an analytic statement. Bachelors are unmarried men. And then let's take a synthetic statement that has a predicate that contains something nuanced that is not present in the subject. So TJump is a good debater, right? So that's not tautological.
That's subjective.
Right. Well, I know. Right. But that's going to be the nature of synthetic statements, right? And so the analytic statement still, to Moster's point, the analytic statement is not going to be, just as you can't with a deductive argument prove that an apple exists, you're not going to be able to verify an analytic statement through pure calculation or pure deductive principle. You have to go to the empirical to check it,
Oh, you mean, just to be clear, just so I understand, you mean you create a general deductive structure, but then when you want to apply it, then you have to go into the real world and see if it corresponds.
I agree mostly with that, but I'm having a hard time finding how a tautology is empirically verified. Could you?
Right. Well, okay. So we different branches may not rely heavily on empirically verifying certain things. Like for example, in pure math, you can just kind of come up with these axioms and then make these mathematical devices, and then other people may use them in their calculations. And if it works, then it works. That's just kind of all it comes down to. But we don't need to go I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to come up with something like a straight line. And okay, I guess we can invent the Euclidean straight line and then say, yeah, I'm empirically verifying it by looking at all these different instances of straight lines. But we don't really need to do that with certain things that are at a certain level of abstraction,
but I think that's where I may be losing you and Muster on the conversation, is because when I think of empiricism, I'm thinking of purely with the five senses, and those aren't things that we come to with, when we talk about, concepts or abstracts or things like that. That's not empirical. And
I would agree. I would agree with that.
I want to say that that's why I mentioned that most times it may be unavoidable, not all times. So, for example, I agree with Eddie is that if it's definitional, like if it's P or not P, then you can be completely analytic. That if a bachelor is an unmarried man, then you can have a completely analytic information. But I think like most things, like you said, in life that we go through, there is the premises have induction. Even the Kalam cosmological argument, for example, that the universe began to exist, right? It's based on empiricism.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, is they're mixing, metaphysics with physics, and it's just not an argument I think is winnable when you're going to take something metaphysical and try to talk about, the cause of the universe when we're talking about how the universe came to be. It just doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I don't like the Kalam. But I must say that I have absolutely enjoyed this conversation with you guys. This has been fantastic, man.
By the way, I just wanted to mention that you can ask questions back, as I think we all just been interrogating you.
Oh no! I am so used to being on the defensive. I don't even know if I know how to ask questions, but I don't mind it at all, because unfortunately there are now with the theists that I'm around. I'm like low-hanging fruit, but there's too many theists out there that won't answer questions. So I try to be as open and answer as many as I can, because I just and this is nothing against my brothers and sisters. I just they haven't put the time in. They haven't learned these things, and I just love philosophy. And you got to be, a weird SOB to really like philosophy. So
it's very refreshing to talk to you, by the way, Eddie.
I appreciate that.
So, and I don't think we're like sort of ganging up on him, because we're agreeing on most points.
I try to be, as modest as possible with my claims, and I try to stay intellectually honest. If I misstate something, or my position is convoluted or seems contradictory, I am all for somebody saying, hey, here's an inconsistency. Why, wait a minute, we need to work this out. And everybody here has just been extremely charitable. So it's I've loved every minute of it.
Okay. We're just not like the debate bro guys.
Yeah.
If you want the debate bros, you can go to Ask Yourself server.
No. Oh my gosh, what is that one? I haven't heard of that one.
You're better off not knowing.
Well, it can't be any worse than Best Religious Debates.
Well, proceed with caution. Oh, I was a mod at Best Religious Debates. It's been dead ever since COVID kind of.
Yeah,
went way to the wayside. It's like empty these days.
I love to go to the Reformation server and antagonize Christians. I get called. I get called all the time. Oh, well, you're an atheist and you can't justify your position. I wait for that, and then I'm like, bro, I'm a Christian.
You're even brute facts atheist.
They server muted me because I was asking questions. They attacked. It was like 13 Christian, all of these pre-suppers, all obnoxious as hell. Not all pre-suppers are obnoxious, but they were all obnoxious as they're all Darth followers. And So I was asking questions because they ganged up on this one atheist who had genuine questions. And they're like, and dude says to me, bro, you're not a fucking Christian, mate. So stop fucking talking, okay? And then server muted me, and I was like, damn.
Welcome to the new age.
Yeah, they don't like that I cuss too. And I got a TikTok, and for a long time on my TikTok, I was not a real Christian, was my name. Because I was constantly being accused by fundamentalists of not being a real Christian.
So Eddie.
Yes.
So you are a Christian?
I am a Christian, but I am a philosophical Christian. There's very few dogmas that I hold to the essentials, and my statement that I usually make, or what I'm known by, is if my position's not heretical, I need to reevaluate it.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, I've done so much. I guess I could say study into Jewish theology and Second Temple Judaism, and there's so much BS that is just, because not the early church, but as it progressed, it seemed to become very anti-Semitic, and they seemed to try and weed out every bit of Jewishness that was there of Jesus and the apostles, and they mixed it with Hellenism and these different Greek philosophies, and come up with these crazy ass metaphysics. And the more that I learned about it, the more I'm like, holy crap, I don't even know what the hell Christianity is.
What do you think about the Platonist metaphysics? Or do you know much about it?
I've always said that if I was going to be a naturalist, atheist, or agnostic, I'd at least be a Platonist. And the reason being is because Platonism can answer just about every single charge that most apologetic Christians and theists bring. It can account for moral realism, it can account for universal abstracts, and it can account for all of it, and it's like, even if you're not I don't know if they make this distinction now, but like when you get into like quantum mechanics on the Everett interpretation of the many worlds hypothesis, now they have realists and anti-realists, where the realists believe that the photon is popping in and out of actual different universes, and then the anti-realist says no, it's just a conceptual nature to think about what's going on with the photon. So you could be a Platonist and be like an anti-realist, where we just conceptually talk about this realm of forms, where you can get moral realism and moral facts and things, and it doesn't have to be a real literal realm, so it gets really
Let's see. My understanding is that Plato had these different layers of reality, and the highest degree of reality is what he called the good. And our theist friends really like that.
Oh,
that's hopping a skip away, right? But then right below that is the realm of forms, which he says are, they have a lesser version of reality, a lesser degree of reality than the good, and they're kind of fragmented into all these different forms, but they're higher in their reality than the particular things. And then there's the particular things, which is this world we see before us. And then the lowest degree of reality is the images of things. So images or likenesses are the lowest degree of reality, then the things, then the forms, then the good.
Right.
That is okay with me. It's just that, like, the thing is, like, I tend to take a non-realist position towards things like math and logic, and I think I can usually defend it pretty well. But that's a conversation that can be had some other time.
Well, yeah, that's like with one could easily be a nominalist with universal abstracts, and it's like, okay, what do you do now? I mean, they don't exist. Yeah. It's like I'm with you. I'm kind of torn on where I stand on philosophy of math, how these abstracts. The one thing that keeps me from being in like a fictionalist or nominalist camp or something like that is the fact that, mathematics and physics are like just so intertwined. It's like we find everything with math before we actually find it in the real world. So it's like, I think it was Michio Kaku who said that the language of the universe is mathematics, because it's like the Higgs boson, the theory of relativity, not special relativity, but the theory of relativity. All of these things were found with math long before, or I think even the electron was, all these things were found. Math said it should be there. And then we ended up finding that, these things are really there. So it would be that relationship that kind of kept me in the agnostic, I'm not sure where I will lie range. But I'm definitely, if I had to pick a metaphysics, it would probably be Aristotelian. Because, Aristotle, classical theists, allowed for an eternal universe, which would, work with B theory of time and most physics models or astrophysics models of the universe. And it's more like a... Now, I don't get into classical theism like divine simplicity and things like that. But as far as like the God of the Greeks or the Greek philosophers, if I wasn't a Christian, I would definitely hold to something like that, if not just flat out deism.
Yeah, I see. Interesting.
Can I comment briefly on that? I'm not going to stay for long. So I worked for a while in physics, and I don't think that's actually true. The thing that we just use maths and then we come. There's many branches, and some of them. So physics is divided into experimental physics and theoretical physics. And
no, he didn't.
What?
I love to hear physicists talk about theoretical physicists. It's almost like if you could ever get close to two nerds fighting, it's physicists and theoretical physicists. But I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. So I worked a little bit in experimental physics, more precisely in atmospheric science, and a little bit in material science. But so sometimes the way that you do stuff in physics is just you have observations and then you need to come up with explanations for them. And this is the experimental way, right? So you make a lot of assumptions. There's a lot of assumptions that go into atmospheric science. So, for example, there's models that we create to predict patterns in the atmosphere that we see, or in the ocean, or stuff like that. And sometimes you just don't have enough information, and you take a look in other places where maybe you have some information, and then you say, well, if that's happening in the other place, then maybe that's happening in this place as well. And you just plug in some numbers and see if the models then predict something that you can actually observe in a few days or something like that. And this is like the other way around, right? It's not that you come up with a mathematical model. You start with the observation.
Yeah, you sound like Sean Carroll. We'll just build another model. No, you're not going to get any pushback from me because I am not a physicist. I'm going off of the reading it. I mean, I love physics, but I'm nowhere near qualified to. I just, I guess I could say anecdotally my experience with, physics and math and a lot of the articles that I've read and things like that. It seems to be, I know that there's a divide there, and you really get into the philosophy of math and things like that when we start talking, because I do also recognize that all of physics is not reducible to math. And there are people that try to make that argument, but I am nowhere near experienced enough to even try to argue either way on that. So I will take your word on that.
No, I mean, not necessarily reducible to math. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. But so a few things on that. The way I look at it is math is like a tool for us. We invented this tool and we use it, and sometimes it works and sometimes it does. So, for example, I think that TJump makes this, gives this stuff as an example, like when you have the gravity F equal ma, whatever, depending on what numbers you plug in there, it might correspond to reality or not. So it's just a tool. We then use it and see if it actually corresponds or not to reality. So, and there's also not one branch of maths. There's a lot of, and there's this interesting mathematical branch called Clifford algebra, which isn't very popular for some reason, but it's
Clifford algebra.
Clifford, yeah. There's a guy that lived in the 1800s, and it's a different way of. It's also known as geometric algebra. So it's a different way of using the mathematical constructs. So, for example, in our current maths, we have the vector cross product that it's created such a way that it actually, the result of it is not a vector, it's a pseudo vector, it's some mathematical stuff, whatever. But in Clifford algebra, you don't have that problem, and you can reduce stuff that we normally have problems with in the math that we use now. You can reduce stuff in a much more harmonious way. Let's just put it that way. So it's just a matter of like using or creating tools that you then use. So I don't think that there's like intrinsic, numbers or something in the universe.
I think I get what you're talking about. It's nothing more than a calculator is to math. You're trying to come up with different models and different equations and things that would explain certain phenomena. Okay. Did you use a lot of Boolean algebra?
Boolean algebra? No. I mean, I use it in programming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just got into it because of getting into going back over the symbolic logic, because I love logic and epistemology, and that's
what topics in symbolic logic are you getting into right now?
Well, I didn't finish the original. I'm 100% self-taught. I've never gone to. I went to a trade school to learn HVAC, and now I work on power equipment. And I've actually, at 42, I've enrolled to get a mechanical engineering degree. But so I got a symbolic logic textbook, and I've been going through just kind of like a refresher, going over. I'm in predicate logic now, just trying to kind of refresh, because I love to try to structure arguments, and I'm sure as well as that doing it symbolically is the most proficient way to do it, to make sure that you're creating sound and at the very least valid arguments.
I got real into symbolic logic sort of early on, like when I really took my philosophical journey. and I kind of didn't know what I believed. I discovered symbolic logic, and I just hammered that stuff into my head and like learned it like the back of my hand, all the way up to predicate logic and some topics beyond that. And you know, when I was younger and had like ridiculous ideas in my head, like I wanted to be able to like just translate anything anyone said into symbolic logic in real time.
You must be ADHD.
Why?
Just that kind of drive. But I'm seriously ADHD, and so when I get
just an AY fan.
Yeah, or that too.
No. Hey, guys, please do not associate symbolic logic with ask yourself. No, I'll tell you. He doesn't even wield it right. All right, and I can tell you why. I can tell you all these reasons why, and the dude won't even talk to me. Like I have to sneak into his server and lay low, or he'll just ban me. So, on for one, the dude's a coward. He only talks to people.
2.0.
Who are we talking about?
This vegan dude who.
Oh my god.
He discovered symbolic logic. He discovered symbolic logic, and he thinks he's the first person to pick up that lightsaber. And what he's done is he sort of gets used to. He's sort of gotten lazy and gets used to just invoking symbolic logic jargon and hoping it scares people off. But he's come up with this thing that he calls an argument called "Name the Trait," where he asks you, "What is true of animals that, if it were also true of humans, would justify killing humans in a Holocaust?" And then you're going to name some trait, and then he's going to pick it apart, and he's going to prove that your view is contradictory, and then he's going to call that an argument. Okay, but the thing is, are composed of propositions. They're not composed of questions. Okay, and then the other thing is, I don't even see how this supports veganism. If I hold views that are ethical, that are contradictory, I don't see how that defaults to the opposing position, because morality and ethics often are not consistent.
If I'm tracking right, have you made him make the distinction between accidental properties and essential properties?
Let's see. I don't know the jargon as you're using it. I don't know how that term is.
So when you say a trait about a human or an animal, if you name a trait, it's almost always going to be an accidental property, such as fur, or the color, or they walk on four legs. What is essential to being an animal would be that they don't have higher cognition. Things like
that they're not human.
All right. Yeah. So and then when people bring up the difference in intelligence, he's like, "Oh, okay. So you think it's okay to kill retarded people? Blah blah blah." But like the thing is,
oh my gosh,
I think first of all, I think a person's a fool if they even take him up on the name the trait question. I would agree. Because let me tell you this, the solution to that is I don't know what the trait is. I don't know if there is a trait.
You may have already done this, but what I find the most effective with people like that, and it aggravates the piss out of them, it's like, can you define what a trait is?
Right, yeah. and so this is what he does.
The burden onto him.
No, but this is what he does. He will accuse you of dodging the question, and then
he's a Darth Dawkins.
Yeah, and then he'll mute you and he'll ban you out of it. He is the vegan Darth Dawkins. He is almost a vegan presuppositionalist, because here's the deal. He's taught a whole bunch of people. He has like a Patreon where he teaches other vegans how to argue like this. And so there are all these people going around doing it. And I like to go mop the floor with them. And I explain, I don't know what the trait is. You seem to think there is, but the most important thing is I don't care about what you eat. but you care about what I eat, so you get to make an argument to me, and I will ask you the questions. That's how it works.
So
he's talking about ask yourself, I think.
That's correct. Ask yourself.
I'm gonna get a little R-rated here.
Oh boy, here we go.
Are vegans allowed to eat vaginas?
That's a good question, man.
You know, believe it or not, the person I thought actually had pretty compelling argument against AY was, have your opinions about him, but Matt Dillahunty actually did offer something that was interesting insofar that he admitted veganism, consequentially speaking, does have a moral high ground, but that doesn't make non-veganism immoral. It's morally viable rather than immoral because, you know, we're animals in a food chain. We need to eat. It's not our fault that we're in the food chain. We, you know, came into planet Earth existing this, and we wish to continue existing. So you could just say, you know, I will concede you the moral high ground. That doesn't make fulfilling my anatomy and my biology immoral. It's just less moral by comparison.
That's still immoral.
What's that?
My thing is, veganism itself, to me, is not the issue. It's the vegans. Because
Eddie, if I could just respond to what he just said. I think you said it's still immoral, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I will concede it's immoral with respect to veganism. Veganism is more moral. And if a vegan says your diet is immoral, if he means with comparison to his diet, sure, I would concede that. But that doesn't make it like universally immoral. It's simply less moral to a different standard, which is the first thing that I conceded.
So that'll depend on your worldview. So if you're a moral realist, like let's say if you believe in the imposition of will, which I conform to TJump's view, is that any imposition on will is immoral. So no matter how desperate you are for food, if you have to kill another animal, that would be a justified immorality, but it would still be an immorality because you're imposing on someone else's will. So yeah, there could be someone more immoral than you, but that doesn't make your action moral.
Well, I'm not saying
that it's universally. I obviously conceded that it's not the most moral option, but and directly with respect to veganism, it is immoral. But to call it like it's a pragmatic necessity, like people have to eat. Like obviously they have other options, but they're going to fulfill their dietary necessities. However, maybe we're talking past each other. Yes, I will.
Yeah, pain.
No, it's not less moral. It's immoral. You're not conceding that it's immoral.
Hold on real quick, guys. Y'all can finish this. I have got to bounce. I have loved every minute of this conversation, and
thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, definitely, man. I appreciate all of it, and naturalistic. I'll definitely be back for more. You know, I love hanging out with you guys, and thank you guys for being so charitable and all the questions.
All right, it was nice talking to you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie.
It's nice talking with non-crazy people.
All right. Okay. So, So Payne, I wouldn't even grant that it is a moral high ground. If they're proposing, if a vegan's proposing that veganism is the moral high ground, they get to try to make a sound argument for that, and yeah, that's all it is. It's hitches and razors. They get to make the assertions, and if you fall into those traps, which is baiting, which is basically what Ask Yourself does, where you let him just pick you apart, that's kind of something that anyone could do to any idea. You can question any idea into oblivion. Like we went through this stuff the other day, right? And so I think people are just getting suckered into letting Ask Yourself interview them. And it's kind of like, this is what I equate it to. A Mormon comes and knocks on your door, and you answer, and then they say, what is your reason? What's your excuse for not being a Mormon? And
where do you want to go to hell?
They've got it backwards. And you're a sucker if you answer that question. You have to say, actually, you're trying to sell me Mormonism. So start spitting out propositions, or I'm closing the door in your face. Because
I can understand that position, but it was either Moss or not who just said that non-veganism is immoral, and it's easy for me to see where they're coming from just by basically considered a wise, honest position. Like, if you think that if you think that suffering is bad and you're making animals suffer, you're attributing to something that is in fact immoral. Like, that just seems, and I'm not a vegan, that just seems trivially true to me. Like, suffering is bad, animals suffer when their meat is harvested for food. If you eat meat that is harvested for food, you are contributing to something that is bad. And if bad is something that we ought not do, you probably should acknowledge that veganism is more moral than non-veganism. But that seems legit. But then if someone like Tom says, I know it's immoral, I just like eating meat, that's a defeater. Like, his preferences take priority in that context to him. And AY, can't really say, he might say that's immoral, but someone like Tom would have conceded it right off the bat.
Yeah.
So I think that your exit actually exists in acknowledging the moral high ground.
No. Can I chime in? Because I just had a debate on this, and you guys can critique me. You guys can critique me what I responded to them, but the argument of the immoral act. So I don't classify animals as humans. I think there's a distinction, and the distinction I made was animals. This was an argument made by William Lake Craig. He supposes that animals, since they don't have self-awareness, since they can't recognize themselves, they don't know a way to validate their own existence. Like, for example, if a cat looks in the mirror, it can't say, oh, this is me, I have consciousness. And so he uses that argument to say that when an animal feels pain, they can't self-reflect on that pain. They can't say, ow, this hurts. Why is this happening to me? Right. Basically, what's happening to the animal is by instinct and reaction. So, like, when an animal gets hurt, it doesn't self-reflect. And this is why, if you kill an animal, it doesn't have self-awareness to know that it's dying and it's hurting. It's just a reactionary thing. And so this is how you can...
I have thought that before. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the argument that I made to them, and the argument devolved down to, like, sentience. It's wrong to kill anything with sentience. And so then I use arguments like, well, what do you consider sentience? Because if you're only for animals, like, most people argue for domestic animals like cats, dogs, domestic stuff like that. But let's go down the lower the food chain. What about rodents? What about mice? What about insects? What about plants? And I would argue that plants also have sentience. There's a study done where plants actually respond to music. They respond to wavelengths. They respond and they actually relocate if they're in bad areas. So I would argue plants have sentience as well. They can probably feel pain. They have sensories. So why are you eating plants? And so I just made arguments like that.
So
I'm curious.
Moss, what do you think about that?
Okay, so any imposition on will is immoral. So by that, what it means is that if in the future it's determined that plants have a will, for example, a will to live or whatever, or reproduce, etc., then that would be immoral too. So the fact that you don't have any options doesn't make an action moral. So, for example, let's say in World War II, right, or World War I, someone had gangrene in their toe, and the gangrene was spreading, and the doctor cut off the leg and saved his life, right? So you would consider this action as a moral action because he had a practical limitation. All he could do was chop off his leg. But let's say in today's time, 100 years later, an antibiotic is invented. When you can fix that gangrene by just the antibiotic. So if a doctor cuts his leg, then that you would consider immoral, would you not? If you could have given him an antibiotic and you still cut his leg, would you consider that as moral?
So I subscribe to the same TJump moral system. So I agree with you.
So that's the thing. Like our practical limitations has nothing to do with objective morality. So in the future, if we could print food, like TJump says, if we can print food in the future and survive off that, everybody would do that.
Yeah. Yeah, a good example is like the lab-grown meat, right? Actual grown from cells, not animals. If we have that option, you would still eat meat, but we wouldn't kill anything. That's obviously more moral.
Correct.
And Moss, I would just point out that it would be immoral in the best of all possible worlds. And since we don't live in the best of all possible worlds, it is immoral, but we have to live pragmatically since we know that we don't live in the best of possible worlds. And that's why it's morally viable, though still immoral.
Correct. And you can say that I have a practical limitation. That's why I have to impose on someone else as well, because we don't have enough resources or technology to sustain ourselves without being immoral. Because nature itself is brutally immoral on us. So we have to find a balance. And that's what we try to do. If you look at all the moral progress in the world, if at all,
but
you could... Sorry.
Just to finish this, because I'll go after this. So that's not an excuse when you actually have, or when you live in a city where you have other options. That's not a good excuse. But anyway,
correct. So you're just being immoral. You're being more immoral than you ought to.
Knowingly. Anyway, see you guys.
See you, man. So yeah, I was saying that just to finish that point up, if you look at the progress that we make, anytime we have more resources and ways we can give rights to people without imposing by imposing on their wills less. I mean, if you look at the gay right movements, etc., or like the amount of rights we have given to women and gay people, etc., you'll see a pattern. The pattern is that we want to give them as much freedom as possible if we can afford to, if they don't impose on other people's will. So that's why consent is such a huge deal in Western society.
Yeah, all that sounds straight from where I'm sitting.
All right, guys, I gotta go. But nice chatting with you all.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a peek at politics and religion. I'll be right back.
Whoa! Hey guys, hey guys.
Yeah, have fun.
Wait, before y'all run off. Dang it. So I'm hearing a lot of TJump's morality. Okay, that's fine. And I know he claims it's objective, and that's the only thing that starts to, rub me wrong a little bit. So, are we saying, are we also saying here that the best of all possible worlds morality model is objective?
No. So the best of all possible world is just like a hypothetical that'll make you. That'll sort of be like that. If you ascribe to this model, it will lead you to that. So, for example, if we had unlimited technology, let's say, right? Like all
yeah. I know the whole. So any involuntary imposition of will on others is like I used to have a debunking channel, and I made a whole debunking symbolic argument of TJump's model, and then he blocked me. But now we're getting along. Okay, so my argument was that as the way that he presented it, at least at the time, it was not an argument. So what he presented, I said was not an argument because it wasn't. But here's the thing. So you're not saying it's objective, right? It's not an objective. Okay.
It is an objective.
So then you would say that you would say, so then you would say that it can be made into an argument that is both valid with true premises?
Well, it's not a deductive argument. It's objective just means mind independent. I mean, even if we existed or not existed, like for example, if we find an alien race which has consciousness, they would also believe in a similar pattern.
Okay.
In a similar principle.
Now I understand you don't want me to conflate objectivity with like soundness, but I like to make the distinction is like if there's ever a case where someone is saying something that is objective but it's not sound, then it kind of begs the question: what exactly do they mean by objective if it's not sound? You know what I mean?
Well, one thing that Tom would probably concede to you right off the bat, Gaspar, is that like it is a hypothesis. Like he's not claiming. I mean, he is claiming that his model works, but he knows that he hasn't like found the equation for universal morality. Like morality is still an open question, and he would be crystal clear on that. But he would probably stand firm on his claim. So it would be that he'd concede that it's valid, but I don't think he would concede that it's sound. If I interpret him correctly.
So a valid and a sound argument only applies to. So a valid and a sound argument only applies to a deductive argument. I think like what he's making is an inductive argument. He's looking in the world for evidence.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right. So if it's an inductive argument, then the conclusion doesn't follow as a necessity from the premises.
Okay. Sure.
All right, and so
he wouldn't have deductive certainty, but
that's cool. That so I mean, maybe you call that objective. I don't know, but like that means that means you can scoot over and make room for other models of morality that are contrary.
So gravity is objective, but you don't do a deductive argument for gravity. You measure gravity with F is equal to ma and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, there are some equations for it, right, that apparently work really well and work deductively, right?
No, but for the evidence, you look forward in the world, right? You do experiments for gravity, and then you make predictions. It's completely scientific.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So scientific means it's empirical.
Yeah. I'm following. And are we saying that that's what this morality? Or are we comparing this model of morality to gravity?
Yeah. So it could be something like a law of nature that interacts with consciousness in certain ways. So just like gravity interacts with our bodies, for example, like we can't just fly. We're stuck to the ground, right? So the gravity is interacting with our body in a certain way that it tries to keep us down. Similarly, morality is a law of nature, which is interacting with our consciousness. Completely plausible.
Yeah, so like I could say like, right. So gravity is something that it's kind of hard for me to just come up with an alternative for it that is a better explanation for whatever the phenomenon is. However, in this case with morality, like let's just say that I took like Aleister Crowley's morality and just said, do what thou wilt is the only law. Do whatever you want. And then I said, that is an objective morality. The only thing you can do is you can complain on the basis of values, arbitrary values. Or you can say...
I'm not sure I'm following you.
All right. So what I'm saying is I or anyone else can come up with alternative models of morality that are as substantive or as justified as TJump's model of morality, while with gravity, it's harder for me to just make up some alternative to gravity and replace gravity because it's kind of the best candidate for the explanation. And so that's why I don't think that they're analogous.
So imagine you're 5,000 years back in time, right? And then there are people who are trying to explain, like, why is that apple falling or why is that ball falling? And someone hypothesizes that there are some gremlins or some angels who take all the stuff to ground, right? That's one hypothesis. Then there must be like many different alternative hypotheses. Now, all the hypotheses get refined by making novel testable predictions, right? So, for example, in the case of gravity, Einstein made the predictions of the orbits of the, that was Newton. And he had some more mathematical formulas which broke down for larger objects, right? So Einstein had this prediction that that space-time has a curvature, right? And he made a prediction, and which was, I think, confirmed in the 70s or something, where the apparent star, the position of the star, the apparent and the actual were different. So that prediction means that we have to take this theory seriously. So the reason why you feel that about morality is because we don't have such testable predictions that have come true. But if in the future, where like TJump says that rocks falling on people would be considered immoral, if that happens, like if we move in that direction, then people will take this model seriously. So nobody has a perfect model yet.
Right. And so maybe you're right. I would say nobody has a perfect model yet. You're saying it's inductive, which means the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises as a necessity. And then you pointed to gravity, and gravity is something that is the best explanation at the moment for whatever that phenomena is. And I'm pointing out that I can't come up with some other thing to replace gravity that will look just as, that will work out just as well. But I can replace TJump's morality for something like, okay, here's another model of morality, and it's really simple. Do whatever you want. Okay. That's what's moral. Do whatever you want.
The reason why you can do that, the reason why you cannot do that with the former, that's gravity, and you can do that with the latter, which is TJump's morality, is because for the former, gravity has stunning predictions. I mean, just the amount of empirical evidence that we have for gravity. I mean, you would be a fool to argue against all the, like Einstein or Newtonian model, etc. Whereas morality is not like that. Morality is just like consciousness, very nascent stages of people trying to get an understanding of what it is. And once we have enough resources and technology, I think we'll be able to better predict. And then it will become very obvious.
So
like
this is kind of
yeah.
All right. So this is kind of like something you hope happens, but we're not there. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not objective, or are we still calling it objective?
There's no conclusion to the hypothesis.
So if you're a moral realist, I mean, you think it's objective. That's how you're hypothesizing it, right? You're hypothesizing that if you meet an alien race in the future, they will have a similar model of morality for everything that they consider conscious. So until that happens, obviously it remains a hypothesis, but it's still an objective hypothesis. I mean, you're making a claim. You're making an objective claim about morality.
Okay, maybe we're talking past each other. So, yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like we're talking past each other because.
So think about it this way: gravity. Think about it, gravity. Right, 5,000 years ago, people are saying like this could be gremlin. I could just replace it with another theory. So, because of the problem of underdetermination, any theory can come, right? That's what your argument is. Like, I could say morality is yada yada, and it's not objective. Gravity is not objective. It's just subjective. Only people on Earth feel gravity. Nobody else feels gravity, etc. Right? Until someone comes along and makes a stunning prediction about astronomy, about different fields of science, then it becomes second nature. So that's what I mean. Like, people 5,000 years ago were not necessarily considered gravity to be objective, right? They could make similar arguments.
I understand. And based on their body of knowledge at the time, it would have just been a dream. So, I guess if you're admitting that that's where TJump's model of morality is, it's still, you're still hoping one day that it will be verified.
Every model of morality is a hypothesis. There is no.
I don't think that's correct. I think there are models of morality that they're deontological. They just, they talk about actions. There are things that are just commands that just tell you what you ought and ought not do. There's all sorts of different semantic arrangements of morality, and lots of them you could say are arguably non-cognitive. But I don't know. I kind of feel like TJump's model of morality is not the big one that is finally going to solve the big problem of objective morality. I'm just not seeing how that's quite a lofty goal,
I really got to run now. Yeah, but nice chatting with you.
All right.
See you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I semi agree with you on that it's maybe not the hill to die on, but it's plausible.
I don't think I actually don't even think it's plausible. See, to me, it's things like this, and it's in particular, it's ideas like objective morality that, tying this back into the vegan debate, this muddies the water. When people actually think there's an objective morality to talk about, then they start getting into these arbitrary categories like traits and getting way too complicated. And so the reason people are afraid to hold the position of moral nihilism or moral non-realism is because inevitably someone's going to be like, oh, okay, so you're okay with Nazis gassing Jews and you're okay with raping babies? There is a really simple solution to that. And it is, no, I'm not okay with that. And then you're going to follow it up with, okay, but I thought you were a moral non-realist. Yep, that's right. So I have a bunch of moral opinions, and that's all they are, is opinions. And they're very inconsistent. And that's how morality is. So I don't think it goes any further than that. Yeah. Any more complication than that is unnecessary.
So if you were living in the time of Hitler, you would have no argument against what he's doing because everyone deemed it okay.
All right. So see, again, this is where it comes with moral non-realism. People try to hold your feet to the fire in this way by asking you, often their favorite place to go is Nazi Germany. So this is how you handle it. You say, my answer to that is, oh, I'd have plenty of arguments against it about why I wouldn't want that stuff to happen. None of which I can actually establish as sound. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. I think people are just like asking for a justification for it because, like people, today in modern era, people are looking at, how America was colonized, how, these countries and civilizations came to be. We attacked civilizations and we took over the land. And so they're calling us genocidal. They're saying we killed and murdered people. Well, yeah, but how it is today wasn't how it was in the past. We had war, and that was okay to fight and conquer. That was the law of war back then. So I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think if this is why we have an army today, like we're worried if China rose up and attacked us, then they would be okay to do that because we've done it to others. So, I mean, I guess people are just asking you for a justification. If morality is subjective, then you can't say this person's wrong for doing that or this person's wrong because who's the authority? We are, or governments or individuals. Who does it? Who gives the justification for it?
Right, and I think it's important, especially in such convoluted topics as ethics, morality, and politics, ultimately, to really keep it simple and crystal clear because people like to complicate things. And the answer is, I have a lot of moral opinions, but I know that they're not objective. Like, for example, I own a gun. I live in Texas. If someone breaks into my house, I'm going to paint the wall with their brains. I don't think that's objectively, morally, okay, but it's what I'm going to do if something like that happens. The other thing is the problem, the trap that most people fall into is when they try to go into I have the right to, self-defense. No, all of that's just a bunch of imaginary concepts. And it really will show if you try to justify it at length, because ideas just fall apart. I have a thought experiment, just a really simple thought experiment for how I illustrate this. And it seems kind of mundane at first, but okay, let's say that there's a person who's known for being really peaceful and a nice person, and then all of a sudden the people around them decide, hey, we need to build a city around this guy's values. We need to make a city of peacefulness. All right. Well, in order to have a city of peacefulness that actually lasts for any length of time, they have to have laws that often involve non-peaceful measures. They have to have police with guns. And then by becoming too sophisticated and too structural, it literally bites its own tail and is self-defeating. Again, another example of this I point to is, and I brought this up yesterday in the chat, is with Hitchens razor. If I assert Hitchens razor, say claims asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, that's a proposition. And then you can say, do you have evidence for that claim? And then I say, no. And then you can reject it without evidence. So Hitchens razor, by becoming too intellectual in the form of a proposition, is refuted by what it represents. So where am I going with this? I hope this doesn't sound like schizophrenic word salad. I'm saying that the values that you hold you have to be careful with intellectualizing them and making them overly formal, because they'll eventually come back around and bite their own tail or contradict themselves. And that is why I think it's important for morality, honestly, morality, metaphysics, and all of the disciplines to not become overly intellectual, and for us to be sparing in how we conceptualize them. Does that make sense, or what?
Yeah, it did make sense. But I guess what I'm trying to argue here is that if we don't have a justification for what is moral, what is good and bad, what is right and wrong, then all things are permissible.
Yeah, that's right. And so I think it's important for us to understand the limitation of the devices that we use. So, for example, there are plenty of people who are willing to be mathematical non-realists and admit that like math deals in like these kind of imaginary ideas. But people aren't so willing to give that up in matters of ethics. But it would be really useful if they did, because then they would realize that when we make laws, we are not necessarily trying to enforce anyone's morals. If you have moral values, good luck trying to actually bake them into legislation. Laws are really supposed to give us like a neutral place to stop at stoplights and like not get annihilated by semi-trucks and things like that. But if you have moral values that you want to express, it's kind of on you to do that. I think you're just going to get your tail bit if you try to turn your moral values into a sophisticated structure of ethics that becomes laws, for the same reason that the man of peace who they built a city of peace around, the city ended up being non-peaceful because it became too complicated. So yes, I agree that if we don't actually have ideas of what are right and wrong, then anything will be permissible. But there are plenty of people who that's their secret morality, is that anything's permissible, and they're just trying to get whatever they can out of this world. And so we have to realize that it's kind of hard to actually nail down any definition or idea of what is right or wrong. I mean, that much should be obvious, but we do need one. I agree with you. We do need at least something to talk about regarding what's right and wrong,
I think that what the views of the morality today in modern era are shaping the way our society is going. So, for example, when we're talking about veganism and everyone's saying that it's actually immoral to eat an animal because they are animals like us, and so now you're going to be forced to give up pleasure or things you like to eat because it's immoral to eat these animals. Would you say it's wrong for them to impose their moral beliefs on me because, hey, I'm a religious person and I believe that God doesn't view animal killing the same way you do?
So again, if I stick to like my basic playbook, I would say I'm not cool with that. Okay, but I can't say that I can actually make a case for why they shouldn't impose the will on you.
Right, but I take it that your position is just more of just I don't want to say begging the question, but your position is it just is, morality just is, and we use it, so therefore it's okay, we use it.
I don't even know if I'd say it is. That sounds too metaphysical for me. Morality to me sounds like, it's just another imaginary object, like most of the mathematical concepts we come up with.
How did you hear the last? I think it was the last guy's. Mossadi was talking about how the example of gravity, how that's actually something empirical and we can test that. And so
yes,
morality would be the same way. How our morals are subject to, our consciences are subject to morality, and it's kind of like similar to gravity. It's a law.
So the reason, I heard him say that, and the reason I don't agree is because there aren't really alternatives to gravity. Like I can't come up and be like, oh no, forget gravity. I'm going to invent schmavity and say that there's this thing that pushes us off the earth. Everyone would be like, good luck, in your own little world. But I can do that with morality. In fact, anyone who's living in this polarized partisan society knows that there's really not an intuitive set of moral laws that we can all agree on. You get like sorted into one or two buckets based on what biases you confirm yourself into, and that's that. So it's kind of hard for you to say that there's some phenomenon that we can anchor morality to that is comparable to something like gravity.
Yeah, so I forgive me, I can't remember the term that was used, but someone gave an alternative to gravity, and they basically said like, well, an alternative to gravity would be we don't even know if gravity, if we're subject to gravity. It could be that the Earth is spinning, and because of this force that's pulling us back, it's not gravity, it's just the spinning and the motion is pulling us to the Earth. I forgot the term they used, but
okay, that's fine. Like
centrifugal force, maybe.
Yeah, so you can actually explain gravity with a different theory, a different example of just the motion and the force pulling you back to the Earth because of the spin.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me, and I don't see how this doesn't play directly into my point that just as gravity can be reworded, basically, we can do the same thing with morality.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is like if we're going to debate morality, which I'm sure you do, then we're asking for justification for the morals and for the things we believe. And if you're just going to be ad hoc and say, well, it just is, then that's not giving a justification, and that's how you lose debates. We have to give justifications. We have to give reasons for why we do things, why we believe things, and why things are. Because, from the Christian perspective, I have my morals because I believe I'm accountable to God. So whatever I do in secret, I can't get away with it because I'm still subject to judgment by God. I told on I think it was a different chat. I had a story where, I'm a YouTuber. I have 2.8 million subscribers, and my channel got hacked. And this guy stole all my cryptocurrency. He hacked my channel, and I'm sure he made thousands of dollars from different people donating to his address. And this is something that's rampant going on. There's so much scamming, and there's so much fraud and scamming going on in today's society. There's like countries doing this. In our politics today, some of our meat factories and internets and electrical companies are all getting hacked, and they're demanding millions from these people, right? So this happened to me. And this guy stole thousands from me. He duped a lot of people. My channel got shadow banned. I had the chance to talk to this guy. And I asked him, how could you do that, to steal so much money from people and hurt people like that? And he said, well, there is no God.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you know what? He's correct in assuming that if that's his position, he can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get caught. He doesn't have to justify himself.
So wait, are we now going towards like without a God, there's no morality at all?
No, I'm just saying, like, what's the justification? Because as long as you don't get caught, everything is permissible.
Yeah, I understand. I understand why some people think that, but there are plenty of alternative ways of thinking, to that. Yeah, but that's a pretty crazy story, though. Do you still have the channel at least?
Yeah, I still have the channel. I've been shadow banned. I have 2.8 million subscribers, and my views are like 2,000 views per video because I was shadow banned. And YouTube basically hides you from the public. They changed their algorithm so that you don't pop up. And so, the only way I can get recognized is if I do live streams. But my finances have been ruined. And I've been YouTubing for 6 years, and now it's like my whole thing's ruined. So I basically either have to start a new channel or figure out a different career now because of this. I'm trying to talk to YouTube about this, but it got hacked, and they hid me from the public. So I got to figure out how to get it back, back up to speed here. But it baffled me that people out there will actually do this and won't even bat an eye. Steal your whole life savings, steal everything from you, and couldn't care less.
Yeah, I agree. It is pretty ridiculous.
That is evil.
Yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. Whoever did that to you.
Yeah, that really does suck, man. Yeah. I hope you can get it back together. Yeah.
Yeah, so I see this as a problem that's progressing. Like if you were to go back maybe 10 or 20 years ago, the fraud was more like they would try to call you and ask you to use your credit card, and then it went to like them emailing you and asking you to fill out this information or click this link, and now they're just outright doing it. They have phone centers, they have high-tech scamming computers where they can actually like send you something, and if you touch it, somehow they're able to access all your information. It's just crazy what's going on right now, and it's a really big problem.
That's why like the VPNs and stuff like that are very important, especially like, through Discord, people can just find you. Like, especially if you're hopping from like Discord to Discord. That's why I only stay in a handful. But VPN is a very important thing to keep protected.
Yeah. Man, y'all are really freaking me out with this stuff. But yeah.
Or if you're like gaming online too. If you do like any like on Fortnite, probably not. I doubt it. But like people will do that on like Fortnite, GTA, Call of Duty, stuff like that.
Yeah, I had a channel, but I wasn't very big, but I would just make videos about this subject matter and like philosophy, and I would post it to a Facebook group that had 2,000 members, and it was my Facebook group, and just that many people even knowing about me was starting to really get to me. People messaging me, people messaging my friends, and it was, I don't know, like I want to get into YouTube, but like I really can't handle just the attention of even maybe just 2,000 people.
It's a door to, maybe open.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, not atheist. That really sucks, man. I hope you can find a way to get back into content creation. Don't go get a normie job. Find a way. Play video games online on Twitch or something. But yeah, that really sucks. And I understand that like some people they have no moral grounding, at all. And so I see your point.
Yeah, I just seeing a pattern going on. Like, I think it's going to get only worse from here.
Yeah,
the new age war isn't like with tanks and planes. It's actually through hacking and cyber warfare.
Yeah,
and I only see like I don't know if you guys are. You said you're in Texas. I'm actually moving to Texas. I'm in Nevada right now, so I'll be going over there. Hopefully, the weather isn't so bad, but I just see like a lot of countries are actually, getting involved with this. I don't know if you know, but there's been lots of reports of our government getting hacked. America's getting hacked by China, Russia, and all these foreign perpetrators. And so I only see it getting worse from there. So I don't see America, still being the top of the ladder here. We're going to probably fall to cyber warfare.
Yeah. Yeah, that is. I have heard of that kind of stuff happening. By the way, just real quick. Hey, Illmatic, you here? Illmatic, you around? Or he's just lurking? Okay, whatever.
What'd you need?
Seems everybody's like,
huh?
What'd you need?
Oh no, I just wanted to see if he was actually present.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to, yeah.
Gasper, what topics do you like to debate?
Let's see. I like to debate. I really like to talk about matters of logic, but not with jargon. I think logic is best used to help clarify and iron out vagaries and kind of blind spots. And so I really just use logic to refine ideas, because in a lot of ways, my positions are very subjective and kind of loose. I'm very non-realist, and I can go into detail about that too. But yeah, I mean,
you're agnostic, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
That's something interesting. What I'm noticing about a lot of agnostics and just people that are like in the middle. It seems like, I don't want to say they're more open-minded, but from my debating with lots of people, I can see a lot of confirmation bias. Like if you present an argument or some evidence or some logic and reasoning with your debate, with your argumentation, people try to get around it to get back to their position. It's a lot of confirmation bias. So when people are open-minded, they're actually trying, they're trying to understand logic and reason and truth, which is what I really like to do myself. So I've just noticed that with a lot of people, there's so much confirmation bias going on.
Yeah, a lot of people, confirmation bias is kind of the important word. To me, I don't want to change people's minds necessarily from one position to my position. I just like to use logic to highlight what I believe is that I believe that we make up ideas to serve our purposes, but then sometimes we accidentally start using ideas unconsciously or in dysfunctional ways. And at that point, those ideas are no longer serving us, and they're actually maybe hurting us. And so I like to try to throw light on ways that we might be using ideas that are no longer serving us or using them in dysfunctional ways. In my opinion, what I say to my Christian friends is, I actually don't think Christians need to actually prove the existence of God. They should be just fine without being able to do that, in my opinion. And I think a lot of the intellectual Christians spend a lot of energy trying to establish theism when they could just kind of be living their Christian lives.
Yeah, and I would agree with you to a certain extent. I think that's what perhaps the Jewish people do. Like, I was debating a Muslim on this, and he basically said Christians actually will try to debate him, but Jews, they don't really care. They just stick to themselves.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is because of what we're commanded to do. We are commanded to go into all the world and preach the gospel. And there's also text where it says, to give a justification for what you believe. That's actually in the Bible. To have an answer for someone that asks of you. So in terms of debating, I would actually disagree with you, because when I go on Discord and I'm looking for debating, I actually want to debate other Christians about theology and things inside the Bible. But I can't really find any theist chats. There probably are some on YouTube, but I would say predominantly they're atheist chat rooms, they're atheist discords, and people that are actually looking for answers. So I just, I try to debate, and I think it's actually good that we debate, because it's we're provoking intellectual thought, and we're actually trying to reason and figure this stuff out. So I don't really mind if we debate stuff and look for logic and reason and what we believe and where we are in life, because I think that's how we progress. Philosophy and how life operates, how we work. We're trying to search for answers, and that's fine.
Yeah. It'd be cool maybe doing maybe a more organized discussion or debate on these topics at some point if you wanted. Let's see. I like to talk to people all across the board. And I think my objective is often pretty different, because I don't actually want to change people's minds. For my Christian friends, I make the case that I told you, and you maybe not agree with that, but that's something that we could talk about more. But then for my atheist friends, oftentimes I think that they're overextending themselves and trying to make a negative case for God. And they think somehow science aids them in that process, which science is empirical and God is kind of a philosophical topic. And so the two should be completely separate if we're actually following the rules. And so I just talk about the issues of form that I think are obscuring people's productivity. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So what is your goal? Is it to learn more, or just to look at debate form and try and find illogical reasoning on how people debate, or what are you trying to do? Are you looking for truth, or what's your end goal?
It's kind of hard for me to be looking for truth because I'm such a relativist, and I think truth is something that can be reinvented. But I'll tell you what I look for, and I have some examples. I think that sometimes we adopt concepts that we use to lie to ourselves, or that we use, like I said, in dysfunctional ways. And I'll bring up a certain thought experiment or cognitive bias experiment, and it's called the maniacs and morons problem. So you pull up behind a car that is stopped, and all of a sudden you're in traffic, and you start honking on. You immediately get mad and think, "What a moron! Why is he stopped?" And then you start honking. And then someone pulls up behind you, and because they're stopped, now they start honking at you. And then when you hear the person honking behind you, you turn around and you think, "What a maniac! Doesn't he realize that I can't control the fact that I'm stopped?" So now you find yourself in this position where the person in front of you is a moron and the person behind you is a maniac. And none of that is going to make traffic move any faster. Even if it didn't make traffic move faster, it would be better if you dropped these dysfunctional concepts of maniacs and morons, and things would go a lot better, even if traffic didn't speed up. So what I'm saying is people end up in an unconscious way sort of coming up with these buzzwords or these meme ideas that they just kind of lazily wield because that's what people do. And they start misrepresenting themselves in those ways. And I actually think it's a bigger problem than people realize, And so I like talking about that. I don't want to replace other people's ideas with mine. However, I'm an open book, and anyone can ask me what I believe about anything. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, then, question for you. What do you believe about I don't want to get into like philosophy, but I guess that's where it has to go, because when we talk about, the past or the future, I don't know if we can really know for sure. So what do you think about origins of life? Do you have your own philosophy for that, or do you believe what, the scientific community has brought forth?
So, I think that, I think the origins of, I think that what science offers is a good model that works, and we can use that. However, like if we question ourselves all the way back to the like say brain in the vat, or a lot of the people in this server like the cogito ergo sum, to me that's kind of the highest degree of certainty you have, is that you're awake, and everything else is somewhere below that. Everything else, whether it's math or science, is somewhere below that certainty, in my opinion. And so I don't think of things necessarily in that. I think, oh yeah, that's a good model. But to me, the materialistic view of things happening in this deterministic timeline, that to me is something to be used sparingly. And really, you need to remember that you are this awakeness, this consciousness, whatever that is. So the origins of the world, to me, I've never seen anything outside of my mind, So That's kind of how I look at it.
So you're resorting to solipsism?
Actually, okay. So it looks like solipsism at face value, but I think solipsists don't go far enough, because the solipsist says, "I'm the only thing that exists," but they don't question that. Like, where exactly are you? Like, what are you? Can you? Did this consciousness that you say you have, does it have a shape or a color or a size? Is there anything meaningful that you can tell me about it? You know, so I don't know.
That's like a part of Hinduism is, it takes the solipsism, the I exist, but then it's also implying other. It's not saying what that other is. It's just that other exists.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but that's not really what I'm talking about.
But yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So the solipsists don't go far enough. They're hanging on to this idea that like they exist and that there's this I that they can talk about, and everything you point to out in the phenomenal world, like an apple, is something you can at least describe to me and tell me there's a color. But then if you try to tell me anything about your consciousness, you can't really tell me anything with the same level of meaningfulness that you can describe the apple. And yet you've never departed from your consciousness, because it's kind of hard to say that the apple is not in your mind. And so if the apple is in your mind, then why do we assume the mind is in your head? You see what I'm saying? And so it's kind of complicated, and there's not really a good answer to it. And so how does this tie into the origin of the universe? I'm explaining that I think there's not really a good answer of where this world comes from.
That would be yes, and I think you would be right in holding that position, because really we can't prove that anything outside of our subjective experiences are valid and true, right? Because we experience the world through our sensories, our six senses, right? So we can't prove anything outside of ourselves. All we can do is just look to other people and see if what they are experiencing. But then if we were to do everyone, not everyone has the same perceptions as we do. So which one is valid? So yeah, it's actually true what you're saying, that we don't know for sure. And I think that's a good position, but I think there's some sort of way of maybe perhaps some maximum certainty that we can agree upon so that we can move forward. Because if we don't, then we do become ad hoc and just say everything is. So I can't prove it.
Yeah.
Therefore, well, I'm just going to stay here in this position.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like, yeah, I relate to the idea of I think therefore I am. But if you just try to ask me really one question about my consciousness, I can't really tell you anything useful about it. I can tell you what color an apple is. I can tell you that that's red, but like I can't really tell you much of anything about my consciousness. So, and I'm saying also regarding the origins of the universe, I have never seen anything that was or interacted with anything that was outside of my consciousness. But then, I can't say that I'm the only thing that exists, because I can't tell you anything about the I or my consciousness. So I'm saying I don't have an answer for where this universe came from. The scientific model is, it's kind of like, I just see it as another fiction, kind of like all the logic. If mathematical logic's a fiction, science is definitely also a fiction. This is the way I see it. It works. It probably does what we want, but I don't treat it as ultimate reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does, and that's actually a very good, thinner position to hold. I would love to debate you more on what you believe and what your, what your positions are. I do have to take off, but I'm gonna send you a friend request so that we can debate the next time.
All right. Yeah, I'm getting tired. It was nice talking. All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right, guys. I'm gonna close it out since seems like everyone's gone. Nick D and Ethernet, have a good night, guys. Bye.
Yeah.